Matty?
Good morning and welcome to the world's first Age of Empires 2 AI scripting show match, Script Off. I am your host, MattyBeRad, and I am joined by my co-casters, Mr. Elephant.
Oh.
Via Redo.
Whoa.
And Grubadub.
Hello.
Today we will be seeing the competition of two AI scripting greats, Bandit.
Hello.
And Rorrik.
Hi.
So before we get started jumping into the draft, I have a few questions for our intrepid scripters. So for those who are just joining us, the way this is going to work is that our scripters will have 3 hours to script for a randomly chosen civ and map with some minor drafting rules. And they will have to, in that time, build a AI that can defeat their opponent in a best of 3. So, Bandit, what civilization do you not want to get?
Ooh, probably Spanish. I rarely play them myself.
And what civilization are you hoping for?
Don't tell him or I'll ban it. It's a trap.
Yeah, I think anything early game would be good. Something with a good eco bonus to get started.
And how do you plan to defeat Rorrik?
Through hoping that all this kind of panicky energy gets channeled in the right way, and that I can just focus on one strategy and commit to it.
Excellent. Any questions from my co-casters?
No, I'm mad sleepy. I'm not tuned in right now. I'm here in spirit and physically.
Well, as we hope Via wakes up for the rest of the stream, Rorrik, it's your turn. What civ do you not want to end up with?
I'm a little worried about ending up with camel civs where I can't do knights. But
So Hindustanis, Persians,
Gujaras.
This is
Persians
what we're
are
aiming
fine.
for.
Persians go all the way to paladin.
That's true. They do have knights. They just also are a camel civ. And what maps are you most afraid of?
Oh, I made a list. Mostly fortified clearing was the one that I probably want to ban.
Fantastic. Well,
I marked banning fortified clearing and hideout.
Hopefully we get 3 of those. 3 of the ones you fear, so you have to play on one of them. Well, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started jumping into the draft. So please jump into the map draft scripters and we'll see how this goes.
Draft.
All right, let's see the rolls. We've got Golden Pit, Fortified Clearing, and 4 lakes.
Nice.
Do I ban
Now,
first,
Rorrik,
then?
yeah, Bandit gets to snipe one that you choose.
Okay.
So what do you want sniped?
Okay, and now I will snipe 4 lakes.
So we will be fighting on Golden Pit. Go ahead and click 4 lakes as well. There you go.
Yeah, the guest actually was the one sniping both of those.
Exactly, because of a weird backend issue. Turns out there's not a lot of support for a live AI scripting competition in the Age community. So, some of the details. Fantastic. Well, let's go ahead and get the civ draft started. Pardon me while I get it into production for the dear viewers. I see Randy has joined us this morning. Welcome, Randy.
Randy, I watched a bunch of your videos yesterday to prepare for today.
We'll see if that's your secret weapon.
think it.
You know what's weird? I thought his name was always pronounced Arandi.
Perhaps it
So
is. Perhaps it is.
It's strange, how different pronunciation is. But
Great. Well, we are watching the draft.
Right.
Just a reminder, you will kick random 3 times.
Oh, I have to select first, apparently.
Yeah, it's not ideal because it's going to tell me what you sniped, so we'll do it.
Now Bandit chooses 3 randoms, and 1 gets sniped.
Oh, I'm clicking in the wrong place. There we go.
Cool.
Fascinating show match we'll have here. So, each of our scripters will have to use one of these AIs for their 1v1s. That will be the first round in the tiebreaker. And they will have to use both AIs, meaning the script has to be able to play both civilizations for the 2v2. So looking at your drafts, Rorrik, what do you think of the polls?
I'm excited about the polls.
The polls, for viewers who may
Their
not know,
economy
have
is
a very
really good.
strong economy. They're known for great farming, especially. And the Ubruk, I believe that's how it's pronounced, is a very fun, unique unit.
Yeah, the polls should be a really powerful option. I think that's probably. I have to think about it. Mongols were my main when I was a teenager.
Yeah, Mongols are also very strong. I'd say you got 2 pretty good civilizations there. Pretty lucky. Do you expect that we'll be seeing a lot of Ubruk?
I've never done unique units in an AI,
Interesting.
so that would be a new thing for me to do.
So maybe some castle spam is in order. Bandit on your side, I'd say you got the worst civ draft of the 2. Malians and Vietnamese. With
I'm really
Britons
pleased with
being
them, actually.
sniped. You're pretty
Yeah,
happy with it?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew Britons would get sniped in that, but Vietnamese in particular, I'm happy with. That tends to be the civ I play with as a player as well, so happy with that.
Well, that's great news for you. Fantastic.
yeah, I was thinking that Rourke was going to ban the Brens, and he did. It was.
I was surprised by the Chinese snipe. Why not Mongols? What made you think that Chinese is the stronger AI civ, Bandit?
Just mass canoes are just a real problem, so I just didn't want to deal with that. Although it can be a bit awkward with the extra villagers to start. I think for an AI, it's a bit easier to overcome that. With Poles and Mongols, I know what I'm getting, so I can try and prep for that.
Well, fantastic. Do my co-casters have any final questions for our intrepid scripters before they begin?
Not for me.
Nothing's coming to mind. I'm just mad that I'm semi-mad because I can't. There's no civilizations that I can poke fun at the whole time, like the French.
You can, as someone of Polish descent, I give you the pass to make fun of the Poles. All right.
Wow. BRB googling jokes about Polish people.
Pierogies, that's a good one. Make fun of pierogies. Lots of
I
cabbage.
love
Too much
pierogies.
cabbage.
Oh my God.
About all the poles being in the right side of the plane and causing instability in the system. Yeah, engineering joke.
Classic. All right. Well, I am going to go ahead and start our timers. So, scripters, prepare to be muted and deafened, and good luck to you both. Starting
Good luck, folks.
now.
Get your bandit! Alright, let's go.
We're with
What are we
you
doing?
first, Rorrik, here.
Okay.
So, what do
I
you
don't
think?
remember
Vietnamese and
anything on
Malians.
I know Bandit likes skirmishers, and the Vietnamese skirmishers are going to be really good. Oh, I just named it. Something else.
And Golden Pit, any
Golden Pit was my number 2 choice. I think my plan may be to just tower the center a lot, rather than putting on a lot of early pressure.
Any
But we
castles?
will see. Yeah, probably some castles too. I'm just thinking early on.
Interesting. So I would say that you are known for your early pressure. Your AI Silver Tongue is a strong early pressure AI, and you described yourself as being an all-in kind of scripter. Either you win or your script dies. So what's the different approach in this one?
Well, I would like to branch out, I guess, is the main different approach.
In no time like the present.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might catch a bandit off guard.
One of my main goals for this event is to learn some things and come away with something new that I can add to Silvertongue. Because in the end, Silvertongue is supposed to be able to do a lot more than it does. I'm really not thinking straight here, Set. So I want to learn something new, right? Right now, Silvertongue doesn't have a Fast Castle Night Rush. Fast Castle Night Rush sounds like an interesting thing to add to Silvertongue. It'll be fun. Golden Pit, I'm gonna have to check the map script and see where the wolves are placed. I could do a wolf rush.
Yeah, that would be creative. You think you'd have to use a lot of DUC to do that?
I think it'd be pretty simple. That's not the one I wanted.
So for the sake of viewers who may not be in the know and our dear Age of Empires informed co-casters Grub and Via, a wolf rush is when you use a unit that gets attacked by wild animals to attract them into a bunch. So you get 10 wolves chasing a villager or a scout or a militia. You walk into the enemy base and you delete your unit. So the wolves then aggro onto the enemy villagers.
Nice and fun.
So maybe you can try that out in your next game, Via and Grub, and Via might be able to get a little bit of revenge.
Please
And
don't
it's-
give them any ideas.
It's
already.
particularly
It's already really bad for me.
it's particularly good on Golden Pit because all the wolves are in the middle in the pit, so you can usually find them pretty well.
What we've been doing is we've been doing random civilizations and random maps, so we just have no idea what we're gonna be, and it's been really fun so far.
That is fun.
Well, we will leave you to it, Rorrik. Prepare to be muted by the gods here. And good luck. We'll check in with you in a bit.
All right, see you in a bit.
Well, I think that's fascinating, Mr. Elephant. You and I, as the more expert Age of Empires players, far from expert, I think the idea of a Vietnamese skirmisher rush could be really deadly coming from Bandit. What do you think?
I'm definitely. I would have liked to see the Brens because from an AOK perspective, both AOK civs were knocked off, and I mean Vietnamese are obviously a very powerful civ, and I think the DEAI was rated one of Vietnamese as one of the best civs that an AI could play at a couple of years ago, and I think it's totally possible for to make a really good AI with the Vietnamese civ. So we'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah, so for our viewers who may not be familiar with AI scripting, skirmishers, unlike in the standard game, are considered a very strong AI meta. I'm not exactly sure on the whys from my perspective, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this, Mr. Elephant. From my perspective, it's because they have so much anti-ranged armor that they are able to withstand a lot of building fire, and that tends to be an anti-AI strategy that a lot of these AIs use, whether it's just town center fire taking down skirmishers or building castles and towers. Why do you think it is that the skirmisher is such a popular and powerful meta in AI scripting?
Feudal Age is when the first when skirmishers can first be trained, and during that period there is not a I guess a solid unit that is really able to take the skirmisher. There's the militiamen line, but skirmishers can retreat, and when you use duck, those units can be really targeted when they attack one at a time. So if you use archers, archers are obviously countered by skirmishers. So when so there's not really a perfect unit that kind of counters skirmishers inside Feudal Age. So you can kind of piggyback off of that inside Council Age and continue to upgrade. And so AIs like Shadow and other greats use the skirmisher rather than the archer, and they're able to do heavy damage to the economy, starting inside Feudal Age. So
And
and scouts are so
right.
Scouts are so costly, with food. You can't. In theory, you could go that route, but you don't really see that many AIs use it because food is such an issue, and scripters are, wanting to get up into Castle Age because that's where a lot of the action occurs. So, or they're hoping it is.
Right.
Some AIs get killed inside
Feudal by a skirmish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the majority of AIs, the game is inside Feudal Age, so that's where it happens.
Fascinating.
Right.
Fascinating. Well, I see here we're watching Bandit's point of view. He's broken out a calculator, so let's join him and understand exactly why that is. So, Bandit, you are live, and we just saw you using a calculator. Care to explain?
Yeah. I think with the pressure of the day, my mental mass has jumped out the window. So what I'm trying to do here is allocate my villagers. The way that it works when you're scripting an AI, you have to do it by percentages. So I'm taking, say, when I've got 17 villagers, in this case, if I want 4 on wood, I'd have to do 4 divided by 17, and then the rest divided by 17 to work out my 2 percentages. And that should allocate the villagers where I want them.
Excellent. So this is essentially a build order if this were a competitive player versus player, right? That's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, this is Dark Age resource allocation. So hopefully this is going to get me up to Feudal Age fairly quickly.
Well, I hope that works out for you. I've noticed a lot of copy-paste spamming there, an interesting way to start the day. What do you think about Poles and Mongols?
I don't know if Rorrik was trying to kind of deflect maybe with the Poles comment, and maybe he will go Mongols after all. The challenge I think is that with Poles he'll probably want to fast castle, whereas with Mongols he can quite easily get a quick feudal rush in. But I'm going to try not to overthink it. I think with Vietnamese, which is what I'm going with, I get to see the enemy TC straight away, which is fantastic for direct unit control because I already know where he is, so I can base any micro from the coordinates I have already. So that's going to hopefully get me to get a quick attack in.
I see. I think Poles may be a stronger civ. Mongols is the classic competitive AI, right? For player versus player, and I think that's because players know how to take advantage of that hunt bonus really well, and obviously that Mangadai micro. But especially in the format we're using here, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of micro going on.
Potentially. I mean, it's, again, 2 ways to play it, which is why it's a good map, because you can try and hoard the resources in the middle, but also next to each of the bases you've got quite an open space. So until you kind of start building fortifications, you're quite exposed. So you could, I think, work either of those strategies, and do a good job of it. I think in the time.
Excellent.
Interested to see what he comes up with.
Yeah, we're interested to see what you come up with. Let me hand it over to my co-casters to see if they have any questions for you.
Sure.
Does it have to be related to the game?
No,
Or
but
can I ask what your favorite type of tea is? Because I'm about to go make some.
See, I'm an English breakfast tea fan. I love PG Tips here is kind of our go-to.
Basic.
I am. You can't beat it.
SMH. I don't even think I have that. I have like 30 teas in my cabinet, and I don't think I have English breakfast. Wow.
Yeah, the others the others are nice for a treat. Like I like an Assam for like if we're treating ourselves. But no, other than that, it's basic breakfast tea for me.
Cool.
Well, back on the topic of the game, I would say that you are known for direct unit control, Bandit. And for those who are tuning in who don't know much about AI scripting, direct unit control, DUC, or duck, is basically the equivalent of competitive players in PvP microing their units. It allows you to select a specific unit rather than units in general, and issue a command just to that one unit. How much DUC do you think that you're going to manage to sneak into your script in these 3 hours?
Thinking ahead, I wasn't intending to rely on DUC. But given the civ and given the openness of the map, I think there's a good opportunity for some sort of rush. So I think it may end up taking most of the time. But if it works right, I think we can potentially cripple Rorrik Seiko before he picks up pace.
So you're thinking of rushing, and you're thinking of a tower rush with DUC or a skirm rush? What kind? What are you shooting for?
Maybe he's not even going to go for a scout rush. Maybe risky.
Potentially, yeah. I think with Vietnamese skirms would be like the natural go-to, but I'm potentially thinking scout rush because of how quick they could just get into the base and cause damage. I'll assess depending on time, I think. So I'll try and go down the scout rush route, see if some basic direct unit control can do the trick, and if I find that I'm losing too much time, then I'll panic and switch from there.
Yeah, you don't really see too many AIs right now that have a solid, DUC scout rush. I mean, Arandi was working on one, but on top of my head, I don't think too many AIs. I don't know if you can really count Barbarian. Immortal maybe uses Scout Rush with DUC a little bit, but I don't think there's another one on top of my head besides those 3 AIs that really, and I think it is because of the costliness of the food issue. And spearmen.
Yeah, scouts are so easily countered, and they delay your castle age.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have imposed on you enough, Bandit. Good luck as you proceed. We will check back in with you in a few minutes.
Thank you. Once I get it up and running, I'll share what scripts I have so you can give it a test.
Excellent, much appreciated. Well, I think that we are in for a fascinating match between these two. How are you feeling about it?
They both appear to kind of be going against their main strategy that they're kind of known for. Yeah,
absolutely. And, because I'm a dork, I actually prepared some slides for this occasion. So let me pop those up here. So let's start with Bandit here. Bandit is known for his script Bright Spark, which he describes and has been described as highly adaptable and heavy in what we were just talking about, direct unit control. Elephant, I think that Brightspark has really been making a splash on the scene lately. Why do you think that is?
His DUC is so powerful right now. It's it just cripples any old AI. He early castles, which is another issue because a lot of AIs go for that 30 population, 30 to 32 population. He goes up quickly, and so when you hit when you go up to feudal age, at 21 population, and the older scripts are just not prepared for that. So it's but yeah, I mean Brightspark has great direct unit control duck, and and he's obviously a very good coder in that. So
how much of that do you think we're going to actually see today? I don't know that investing heavily into duck is really worth it given the constraints on their time.
He'll have to be very like he said himself, it's a balancing act. If he sees that he's not getting any ground from using duck, he will have to immediately switch to regular coding, and he will just have to ditch it, because if it's not working and he just keeps on playing around with it, and it's not working, he's going to have to make a judgment call. And he's I don't think that we're going to see a lot of it, but hopefully we'll see a little of it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty high risk, high reward strategy here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And I think that this map is actually very well suited to both of their strengths. Obviously they both kind of didn't want to snipe it, and I think it's going to get us a lot of action really early on.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that, forcing people to compete over that middle. So what we're seeing on the screen here as we switch over to Bandit's point of view. Excuse me. He is writing out these rules, and this is how an AI script is written, for those who don't know. So it begins with, generally the actions begin with def rule there. And then there's a list of facts, which are essentially the ifs, followed by thens, which are the actions. So right now, as we mentioned on the call we had with him, he's doing a lot of what would be considered a build order in competitive player versus player play. So he's checking if he has enough houses, if he needs more houses, and if so, he's assigning builders to build houses. And it's interesting to see the amount of creativity that you can get out of such a incredibly basic language. This is more or less everything that you see is in this def rule format, aside from defining some constants, which are essentially static variables. Nevertheless, you can go as far as to control individual knights to snipe individual villagers. So it'll be interesting to see. All right, let's talk about Rorrik and return to our slideshow here. So, how would you describe Rorrik, Mr. Elephant? He's not the oldest person to the scene. He's pretty new.
Well, his AI Silver Tongue is a solid, stronger AI. He's been around for around 3 years. I think that's what he said. So he's not the newest scripter. He's not the oldest scripter. So he's got some good. He has some good DUC knowledge. So he's one of those individuals who can keep up with Bandit in that way. Not everyone has the knowledge to be able to use DUC. So it should be a good fight between these two. There's not a person who has an advantage over knowledge here. So there's like DUC or user patch or anything like that. So these are both very capable individuals in terms of scripting ability.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, as Grub alluded to. It sounds like Rorrik is really going against his reputation here. Silvertongue is very brutal early pressure. We just learned recently that it was actually created for a Diplo AI, so the idea was that you could ally with this AI on your team and it could behave intelligently in free-for-all Diplo games. But in order to do that, he said, quote, I wanted to make sure it was worth being an ally first, worth having as an ally. And towards that end, he's made super aggressive all-in AIs that attack without any scouting, without information about the enemy, in hopes that one all-in push can end the game pretty early on. That's not what he's doing here.
His proposed style is still a little bit aggressive just because he's planning on rushing that center with towers, but you're right, it's not a direct assault on the opposing camp.
And it's interesting, Bandit thought Rorrik might be misleading him with the Poles pick. But if so, he's misleading us too, because I don't think that, Mongols would be my first choice if I were going to go towering the middle. I think the Poles are much better suited to that kind of crawl forward defensive strategy. Strong infantry, a little bit slower moving. I think it could be a very powerful strategy. Well, I see that Rorrik is in game here, doing some early testing. So maybe we will harangue him and ask what's going on.
Sounds good to me.
All right, Rorrik, you're back on. We see you have the game loaded. What's going on?
Just making sure my AI doesn't crash like it does every time.
So you have some basic house building going on. That's a start.
Yeah. So ideally, this run through, he should lure boars and research feudal age, and make villagers, build the barracks. That's where we're at so far.
Any fancy build orders going on here?
So far, just the standard. First 6 on food, and then the 7th one on wood, and then the 8th one on wood, and the 9th one on wood, and the 10th one on wood, and then we start luring boars.
And you're luring boars using SN boar luring, not DUC?
Yep, that's the plan.
I think that's a great choice. What do you think, Mr. Elephant?
I think that's a great idea because, he won't be spending all that time looking at the boar luring DUC items, and he can focus on, just general strategy.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I did some testing with it, and it's actually more effective than I thought it was.
Yeah, so for those who may not know, I have an AI in the scripters community that is a machine learning AI. It's a genetic algorithm that is writing these scripts to try and learn things. And as a result, because it has to write the whole AI script, it doesn't really get DUC. It's very hard for you to evolve that level of complexity in a script. So it's always used SN borelores. And so I was surprised to learn that many scripters shun them because they do tend to be very effective for my AI.
And I think that boar luring, especially just the default boar luring, has improved over the year. I think it's one of the things that they've improved, maybe in the engine itself.
In the back end.
Yes, I think in the engine itself, boar luring has just improved, and we haven't even really realized it. So, it's. I was talking with Cheese on Toast about it, and he was I was asking, what's the difference between just using really advanced, just coding for boar luring versus just this couple of lines for boar luring, and he was saying the main difference. Now you really shouldn't see anything at this point, but I think it has changed over the years. So it'll just save you some time at this point.
That was a different experience than I had in my testing, though. It took them forever to get that bore in.
Yeah, it
I think it's only
varies.
because they messed up the. There is a slight potential for that, but overall, I think it will save you more time overall to just code other things and maybe.
I think so.
Uh,
I think that I may need to do
mhm,
something to account for the fact that the bores are a little further away on this map.
Mm.
mhm.
All right. Well, we will
Good to
you
know.
and talk behind your back, Rorrik. Thanks for the insights.
All right.
So while we're still on this view, I think that that's a really smart strategy. My biggest concern when I proposed this match, and Elephant, you and I are probably two of the only scripters on Earth who have tried to do any time scripting before at all. Um, I think any
Mhm.
attempt at DUC is risky, and I don't know that it's worthwhile for something as low risk, high reward as boar luring. You know.
It'll be it'll be I was a little nervous by him thinking about changing to because board the DUC board learning because if he just focuses all of his time on just getting the very because scripters like to be perfectionists, right? We want the perfect situation. But you start coding for something and then you don't really look at the time and then you start board luring and saying why isn't my board luring working and then you lose track of time and then suddenly it's 9:30 for Eastern Standard Time and you spent an hour.
On something that you could have done with 4 lines of code.
Right. So it's just something that you have to be aware of. You just have to be very aware of your time, and you could spend a long time focusing on something where you could have spent your time elsewhere working on like your just general strategy. So
Right, like a putting all of your eggs in one basket type of thing.
right, he instead of coding for Borlorn, he could be focusing maybe on like a spearman defense for like if Bandit is going to charge him with scouts, which he knows that Bright Spark does that, so he could instead kind of be prepping for something like that instead of focusing on a few seconds from the board luring. So it's just an idea. So
Yeah. And have you ever attempted to do a boar lore grub?
No, I have not, but it sounds very exciting.
Via has, I know for a fact, and I've watched her fail at it. I don't know if she's. I know she was getting some tea, so I don't know if she's back to defend her honor. But not a great look from Via.
Wow.
Oh, she heard you.
Wow. I can't believe it.
There
Did you
there
catch
is
my latest one? Where
Your latest
I'm
attempt
at
at boar lore?
my what?
Your latest attempt at a boar lure?
Yes.
How many
Yeah.
villagers did you lose?
Does numbers?
numbers really don't matter.
Yeah.
5, 10, no.
Yeah, it's just the bad karma from
Awful.
you mouthing off against Wallace when he was just trying to teach you.
Listen, you misunderstand me. I was triggered by Wallace's soothing voice due to my mother being absolutely obsessed with Outland.
Oh, you're talking about the
William Wallace campaign.
AI. Is that your favorite AI to play against?
Well,
Meaning,
that was just
The tutorial.
acquaint myself with the game, so I was just playing through the tutorial and get my butt whooped.
And bad mouthing William Wallace live on stream. I'm sorry
I
to
was
inform
triggered.
chat.
Okay, that's all it was.
everyone has to start somewhere. We were all, whether it was Age of Empires to, you quickly find out that elephants or can really just kick your villagers' butts. I mean, if you're not prepared for it, so you have to have 7 to 8 villagers, uh, kind of taking on those dangerous, quote unquote, animals. So it's just not something that you say, hey, you single villager, low HP, you go grab that boar. So
Well, I am seeing that Bandit has now started testing in game, so perhaps we should jump in and ask him what he's up to.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Bandit, you're live. We
Hi.
notice you have the game running. What's going on?
Just testing out some Dark Age bits at the moment. So I'm trying to get boar luring and deer luring online to get a fast age up to feudal. There's a couple of teething problems, nothing too major. Things like forgetting to train villagers, which is
That's a
major part of
classic.
the game. So yeah, I'm hoping to just put some builders in. Buildings in even, and see if that helps things out, and then I'll just tweak accordingly.
And I notice you like to assign a number of builders to your individual buildings. Why do you do
Some
that?
of them. Yeah, so at the start, I know the general rule is you send 2 villagers to your first house and 1 villager to your second house. I like to go for 3 on the first, and it just means I can click that first villager without any delay. Otherwise, if I build in a rule to research loom when I don't have, when I can't build a villager, then it will trigger too early. So that just helps with that. And you'll see me use that later as well with things like the buildings that take a bit longer, like building markets. I'll try and send 3 villagers on that just to speed that up.
Interesting. And do you plan to use DUC for your boar luring and hunt?
Not for
As
the
your
boar.
villagers get slaughtered in the background?
Yeah, so not for the boar, but yes for the deer. So that is already working actually.
Oh, really? So
yeah,
you're
for 4
pushing
minutes.
the deer in with your scout, or?
Yeah. So in
And that's already
4 minutes
working.
in this game. Yeah. It should
We're
be,
30 minutes in, and you've already used DUC to make your scout push deer into the town center.
We'll hope for it here. So once it gets to 4 minutes on the clock, he'll switch around from patrolling to going towards the
Oh, this is
nearest deer to the TC.
this is a treat to see. The kinds of things that are possible for an experienced scripter, eh?
Let's hope he goes around now. He is.
Damn, you going fast.
That's amazing.
I can tell that TikTok has ruined my brain because my immediate thought was this is how the game should just be played.
At this speed?
No
You can turn it
targeting
up.
yet by the villagers, so he's that's something separate. If you're curious in the chat why he has to separately select, a villager to there he finally did, but he'll want some, he'll want to assign some villagers to more, I guess, snipe that deer quicker, so Scout doesn't continue to chase that deer around.
Yeah,
So-
the timing's a little off at the moment, and they're missing one of the boar. So those are kind of some things I need to look into.
Yeah, boar is an interesting challenge on this map because it's so much further out.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm mindful of is because they're quite far out, they could get stolen. So I need to have a backup, I think, in case they do. If Rorrik decides to try and lane me, they do get there eventually, but it's taken a little while. So yeah, that's
Well, you're doing better than
Uh-oh.
Alpha.
Yeah, I think I've got to play around with the deer luring. I might change the target to the mill rather than the TC if I
Right.
keep finding that it's a little too late. But yeah, we'll pick it up from there, I guess.
Well, I have one last question before we start to talk behind your back again.
Sure.
It has been suggested that you will do a large skirmisher push. Is that your plan?
I haven't decided yet. I think once I get to Feudal and see kind of what time I'm getting on this map, will help me decide, do I need to tweak it to Age of Pearlia to go for some sort of scout rush, or whether to just go for skirms. I might end up starting with scouts just to kind of start disrupting sooner, getting into the base, and then I might switch out to skirmishers. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure yet. My aim at the moment is get to Feudal at a decent time, or at least have that option.
Well, we wish you luck with that goal. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries.
Fascinating, fascinating. I am so impressed by an implementation of a deer lure like that so early on. You can tell he must just, know this is a second language to him to be able to implement something like that. I don't think that I could do it in a week if I were given the time now, and he did in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely something that only a really, really good scripter can do like that. That's really. But you have to kind of. It really is a balancing act, because did he really want to get those extra deer, or did he want to do something else? Something else, and now he has to kind of compensate with his time. Maybe use the automatic for luring instead of since he did that with his 30 minutes. Now he has to balance out that time he lost doing it with something else with his general strategy. So it was something really cool to see, but hopefully he has plan in mind for how he wants his general strategy to play out.
It is a little bit of a flourish for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit too arrogant, ambitious there.
Yeah, almost like he's trying to. He's showing off right now, but it's definitely cool to see. So we've got good scripters,
and we've got 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. So he has time to start implementing some more usual code, some standard attacks. It'll be interesting to see what he does.
Yeah, sure.
So this map, the gold resources and I believe stone are all concentrated in the middle, downhill. And of course in the game you take more damage if the units you're fighting are uphill from you, and you do less damage. So it's a very vulnerable position to put your villagers in. Our civs that we have, that the players have options of, are Poles and Mongols for Rorrik, and Malians and Vietnamese for Bandit. My first impression is that Rorrik probably needs the gold more than Bandit does. What do you think?
Well, let me think about this. So it depends. If Bandit is going for trash with skirms, then yes, I think that gold might not be important to him, but in general, gold is important, for everyone. But it's hard to say this this early, what's going to happen regarding that. So we'll just have to see. If Bandit goes for the skirm rush, he'll obviously need wood, food. So if he goes full cavalry style rush, then he'll obviously need a lot of food. So.
And we're seeing Fallworks here on Rorik's green. Fallworks, for those who don't know, give 20% of the value of a farm when that farm is built around it, instantly. So that's basically what makes Poles such a strong civ. And that would make me think, if he's investing the time into Fallworks, which are kind of an interesting building, and it will be interesting to see how he deals with the Mongols, which cannot build a building, but he'll also have to use the same rules for. I think that pushes in the direction of Cav, that much food. All right, let me pull up the rules for those who are joining us late, so we can review exactly what this competition is and what's going on. We'll also review it
Name
for
of
the
that-
sake of Via. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the name of that song that people play
The Rude Sandstorm.
over when things are like moving really fast?
Yeah,
I-
these
I know-
villagers are really getting their steps in.
I know a couple of individuals inside just the general chat were wondering how do you play at 8.0 speed, and that's one of the debug options for the when you launch it from Steam, you can enable those extra higher speeds. So that's how people are playing at 8.0. So just an FYI there.
Correct, and then there's a hotkey within the game that allows you to increase speed if locked speed is disabled.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
the rules here, just to review, the scripters have 3 hours to script and test their AIs, which is what they're doing right now. We have 2 hours and 18 minutes left, so the time is flying by. We'll see what they manage to present to us. The winner will be determined by a best of 3 match, first with a 1v1, the civs of their choice of the 2 that weren't sniped, then a 2v2 where they have to make use of both civs, and a tiebreaker. All of this is going to be done on Golden Pit, as this was the map that they drafted together.
Mhm.
Scripters are only allowed to copy and reference from airef.github.io. It's a fantastic resource if you're at all interested in AI scripting, and was put together by a legend of the scripting community, Leif Erikson. So please absolutely check that out. But it is essentially a wiki, and you may have seen it on the screens a few times here. Other than that, they are not allowed to reference any existing AI scripts they or anyone else has written over the course of the competition. And then there are some rule types that are not allowed. So rule types that have CC in the name are essentially how the AIs in the old versions of the game, in CD version, would increase their difficulty. And to some extent they still do. So that basically allows them to create resources to cheat them in so that they can train units when they don't have anyone mining gold or what have you. So obviously that's not allowed. And then there are a handful of other CC cheats that let you do different things. And in general, other than banning specific rules, these AIs should only be doing things that a human player could do in the game, with the exception of checking enemy unit counts, because unfortunately the scouting in AI scripts is not quite as informative, I would say, as the scouting a human player has access to. So a lot of scripting cannot function a way that looks normal and is what you would expect without getting some additional information compared to what a human player might have access to. Elephant, do you have any thoughts on the CC rules there? Cheating in general?
Yeah, obviously the majority of AIs used to, on the hardest setting, used to use the cheating. Most AIs didn't, but there were some AIs that did use the CC commands. CC commands can also check for relics, and if relics are still on the map, and they can also check to see if there is gold remaining on the map and stone/wood. So you can also see that if you use and you target Gaia as the player that you're focusing on. So, but in general, these are generally accepted rules that have existed since the beginning of tournaments. So it's this is no surprise here, really.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of controversy in the past about some of these rules, but in general, I would agree.
Some individuals want to get rid of CC entirely, and it's and a couple of those rules that I previously mentioned aren't like, let's just give an example. you don't want to create a monk if there are no remaining relics on the map. So it used to be where you could check Gaia to see if there are any relics still remaining, and you don't want to be continuing to create them if there are if all relics have been picked up. So and wasting that gold, because 100 gold is a lot. So that's just an example of what you can do.
I think the issue for me is that in order to get information into the AI's brain in the same way that a human player would do it, without using cheat rules, you have to use some pretty complicated direct unit control scripting that I think is just inaccessible to most players. So if we make it a rule in this or any other competition, I think we're basically setting a hard limit on who can compete and who can write scripts for competition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and another thing is, whoa, that's a large drop. I'm looking at the Rorrik screen, but yeah, it's another thing is kind of military superiority, in which I think you're kind of going into here a little bit, because military superiority kind of checks for enemy units, enemy unit counts for their military. So it's kind of determines whether, and this might be going into too complicated of a situation, but you only want to attack if you have a military population that's greater than your enemy, for instance. So AIs, since they have trouble kind of scouting, that's kind of like that's one way that they kind of use the engine, like the way they do with military superiority, and it's not really a cheat command, but in the same way.
In some ways, it is.
Yes.
I wish that it weren't necessary.
Yep.
Great. Well, Grub Via, who do you think's gonna win?
I feel like it's honestly too early to say, because they both kind of are going against the grain. They're kind of going with not their strong suit, as well as the fact that all that we've really seen so far, I'm pretty sure what I've seen is food gathering strategies of what they've actually scripted so far. So I think it's a little too early to say.
What about you, Via?
You know me with the jokes. I was gonna say the real winner at the end of the day is I don't know.
The scripts we wrote along the way?
It's the friends we made.
It's the friends, yes. The friends we made along the way, as well as, like, I don't know, socialism or something.
The boars that we slaughtered.
Yeah.
There are friends too.
The bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
The boars that were sacrificed into making these great AIs.
I'm a little bit concerned that we haven't really seen any military production out of either player yet.
No, we still have two. We still have 2 out. They're setting up good ecos, which are important. Good early ecos. So it's important. So they just have to kind of think at this point. It's hard to know. Yeah.
As someone that has not scripted before, just from a logical point of view, I feel like what I would want to do is first establish, what is my AI? Like, if you have a limited amount of time, right, you try to make an AI that's good at gathering the resources that you want, but then I would just run and see what resources it's actually good at gathering and shape my military around those.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting point. And perhaps it's time for us to pull up the tech trees for these civs here, as we notice that Bandit is testing against the Poles. So I think he knows who he expects to face. We'll see if that expectation is subverted at all when we actually get to the best of 3. But we are now on the tech tree here, and let me pull up the Poles. So, the poles, they're civ bonuses here. They regenerate HP, the villagers do. The full work, as I just described earlier, you instantly get that food as soon as the farm is completed. And stone miners generate gold in addition to stone, which is something I had forgotten. So it'll be very interesting to see if Rorrik takes advantage of that bonus, or if he even has checked his bonuses, which may also be interesting. In combination with the knights costing less, I wonder if the strongest build you could go for as an AI here is really just an incredibly powerful knight rush. Towards Greb's point, I would have started if I were scripting in this competition. Thank goodness I'm not. I'm enjoying my morning. If I were scripting in this competition, I probably would have started with a plan of what units I wanted to make and how I intended to defeat the enemy, and then built my economy backwards from that point in order to support what, constant knight production and early Imperial Age, whatever strategy I think is needed to win.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, as soon as the civs were kind of chosen, it should have been, like I'm going to go for a scout rush into, this is just into like a knight style rush, and maybe I'll have some battering ram support, maybe use a little bit of DUC if that's possible to target the enemy TC, bring that down, kill the villagers with knights. So just a general strategy, and you have that in your brains. So, but it's always good to have like a good economy, so you're not really focused on it. The problem is you don't know whether you have a good eco until you throw your military into the kind of the mix there, because it could really change everything up after you start producing military. So I'm afraid they're going to be doing too much testing here rather than throwing their code in and seeing what works, what doesn't work, and they have to they're kind of like painters. This I forget what the painters are called, but that throw paint up on the canvas from far away, and seeing what sticks and what doesn't stick.
Yeah. We are just getting to the end of the first hour here, so I'll be interested to see if they realize that and their strategy changes at all. Because it looks to me like both scripters are kind of stuck in a rut right now, as you described, really focusing heavily on a beautiful economy rather than getting into those later ages, Castle Imperial Age, and testing out some of their builds and aggression.
Right. I think that a real challenge here is going to be the time limit, because really just one, forgotten loophole of a weakness could be the difference between, a prospering civ and just dying immediately.
Exactly. And we want good, long matches here. So we don't want either of these AIs to be totally outclassed, right? So we're all rooting for the scripters. Let's jump over and take a look at the Vietnamese tech tree. So opposed to the Poles, who have a very infantry and cavalry-focused tech tree, the Vietnamese, I think, are a little bit more varied here. I'm seeing they can go all the way down to Bombard Tower, so it would be fun to see some of those if we get into the very late game. As well as, of course, the elite skirmisher line. The Imperial Skirmisher, the only civ in the game that can create the Imperial Skirmisher by default. And then jumping through the bonuses here. Enemy positions are immediately revealed, not super helpful to an AI, but it does mean that they don't have to do as much work scouting the enemy in order to determine the location for an attack now command. 20% extra HP on archery range units. I can see how that could be absolutely broken with a skirmisher push. In combination with free conscription. Do you think we could get to an Imperial Age and just see 10 archery ranges pumping out skirmishers here?
You could, and that wouldn't be hard to code, because there it could be a simple rule like have enough wood, but can you train skirmisher line, build another archery range. If then
right.
Then build an archery range, and then we suddenly see 15 archery ranges crop up forward archery ranges, see, Imperial or elite skirmishers, and that would be so deadly too.
Now, seeing that they have Imperial skirmisher, do you think that Bandit could be building towards having the Malians build the Imperial skirmisher as well? Because that becomes available as the team bonus of the Vietnamese.
It's very difficult to say what Bandit will choose at this point, because he could go for his scout style thing that he wants to do, and because that's what he feels comfortable with. But at the same time, if the enemy gets enough skirmishers or enough archers or whatever, that's going to be really deadly to any AI. Especially if they start using DUC and they start dancing around, starting to snipe off units. You just cannot allow that to happen. So,
yeah. That's now what I'm cheering for. I just checked the Malian tech tree there. They don't have Bracer, so they're missing one of the range technologies, but they have all of the archer armors. I think that he should, because then it's way easier to script if he has the same strategy for both civs. Go full skirmisher, get to Imperial Age, research Imperial skirmisher, push.
Yeah, but
you don't have to worry about the middle because you don't need gold. It's all trash.
Yeah. That's one less thing that you have to think about in your, if you only focus on, but is Rorrik able to kind of predict, if he predicts that, and this is kind of like overthinking it in your head, like what if we were kind of able to predict that, then Rorrik can certainly predict that and see what would I do to counter in a skirmisher style rush.
So what counter skirmishers? Scouts and heavy cav, knights, paladin line.
Yes,
Vietnamese and Malians both get access to Halb. So maybe you do a full trash composition with Halb and Skirm. And then the only response to that, I think, is Siege.
Yeah, I mean, they could go. I could see, I can really see cavalry coming out for Rorrik, and just the knight line. That would kind of clean up early skirmishers if Rorrik hit Castle Age first before Bandit, and cleaning out those, if he can get the Castle Age first, get some cavalry out, clean up those skirmishers before Bandit gets up in the Castle Age, because he focuses so much on Feudal Age, and he could just so that could be a strategy if he's kind of predicting.
And pulls are no slouch when it comes to Cav, for sure. They have those bonuses for cheaper knights. It'll be an interesting match, that extra gold with stone. That probably synergizes pretty well with the tower and castle push he was talking about.
Yeah, and if he starts getting, if he kind of defends a little bit with scouts, maybe inside Feudal Age, he could get a couple of, upgrades, I guess, for those scouts, and he could use those if he goes into knights inside Castle Age. So they kind of share those bonuses a little bit. So the armor upgrades and the attack upgrades. So that could be a way to defend most. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, and we're watching here as Bandit does some further eco prototyping as we hit the 2-hour mark. I am seeing that we do have an elephant civilization here in the Vietnamese. I know that Grub and Via are some big elephant fans. Do you think that we can see any elephants today?
Oh, I hope so.
I'm a big elephant fan too.
Mr. Elephant, I suppose, is also a big elephant fan.
At all. That was not my first guess.
Well, let me, given that we are approaching the 2-hour mark, almost on the dot here, let me grab Bandit and we'll interrogate him
3, 2,
about the elephants and whether we'll see them today.
Go battle elephants.
Bandit, you are live.
Hello.
There are members of the audience, members of the casting group that are dying to hear whether we could see any Vietnamese battle elephants today.
That would be a good goal for going into castle. I think we need something tanky that can finish the job once the enemy eco's been damaged. At the moment, I'm still struggling with the starting eco. The boar hunting isn't working. So I'm giving it one last shot, and then I'll change game plan if that doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be the bearer of the news. We've just passed the 2-hour mark. We've got 2 hours left.
Yeah, no problem. Should be all good. We'll move on to some military micro next after some kind of eco reparation, and then yeah.
You're still planning on doing military micro, even after all these delays. You think you can squeeze some DUC in there?
I'm going to try to, just something to disrupt, and then and then we'll go for kind of a basic scripting for the late game, just to get some tanky units out and hope that does the job.
Yeah, we hope it works out for you. Go ahead, Elephant.
Bandit, what is your strategy for when your micro doesn't if your micro doesn't work, when you're going to start just going for a general strategy rather than I guess spending additional time working on your DUC/micro? When do you switch to just a general strategy if that's starting to fail? What's your, I guess, your time limit of when you feel comfortable, or when you start feeling nervous to switch over to just a generic rather than a fancier style strategy? I guess is my question to you.
I think if we get to the hour and a half mark and it's not doing damage, then that's when I go to panic mode.
Okay.
But, yeah.
That sounds smart.
Yeah, I think at that point it will be a case of trying to build defensively, get to castle age, and then sending elephants.
Yep, because I know that you use battle elephants inside the arena tournament, right? So, with siege, with battering rams. So I know that you're used to going for battle elephants. So.
What do you think about it's a heavy gold requirement, and this is a pretty risky map, Golden Pit, to be getting gold on. How do you think you'll deal with that?
The backup, I think, would be get a tower in the center. That's not too difficult to do. To try and control some of it at feudal age, and then hopefully that will be enough to kind of grab a portion of it, so we can start building castles. And I think mainly the main thing that's going to be the issue, I think, is food. I'm struggling with those balls.
So one last question, then I'll just be quiet. But for now, is if you go battle elephant line, are you afraid of the pikeman or spearman line? If you go that route, and Rorrik kind of predicts that you're going to go that way because of Vietnamese. And are you afraid of pikemen at all and their upgrades / tree, or that's something that you're not really?
We've got skirmishers, and I'm hoping to have some towers in place. Like if we end up going to the backup, I'm going to need some defensive towers. So either I'm going to be on the attack, in which case the skirms will come with me. Otherwise, if we haven't got to that stage, hopefully I've got some tower fire to cover against spears.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. Do you think you're going to have a whole different rule set for if you're unable to get Sintra control and access to gold? Are you going to have a trash backup plan ready?
I think I don't think I'll necessarily rely on the center gold. I think the main thing is just getting something up and running, and I think we have the starting resources to do that. I suppose securing the centers more for late game. If this plan goes as it should with some early micro, we may not need the center gold.
Wow, big words. Big words.
We'll see, but without eco, it's not going to get anywhere.
Well, my
that's
my
what's been so
last
long about it.
question before we leave you here. Relics? Do you think you're gonna try for any? You even gonna build a monastery?
Yeah, so the default behavior for the AI is quite nice in that. So I just need to produce one monk and he'll do the rest. So yeah, that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Well, that's 100 of your gold gone. Precious gold needed for resources if you're not needed for upgrades and units if you're not getting center control.
I know I said that I was going to be quiet, but do you actually need that one monk enough, or are you going to produce more than one monk? So is one monk enough to collect all of the rocks?
So I wouldn't look to gather all of them. I mean, if Rorrik doesn't build any monks, then it'll kind of happen automatically. But more than anything, it's just to get some so that Rorrik doesn't have too much of a gold advantage, just from the trickle of that.
Well,
so so then you're planning on fast castling then, or to get yourself set up to collect those rocks then?
If I can't get feudal micro to work, I'm going to have to get to Castle Age quicker than I originally planned to. Because the idea is feudal rush, I'm meant to disrupt him so that he doesn't get to castle that quickly. But yeah, if I can't get that to work because I don't have
okay, we better let Bandit. He's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll let you go. Good luck as you continue your efforts.
Thank you.
Fascinating.
This should be exciting. They are both planning a tower rush for the middle.
Right, tower rush early on to secure the gold. I think that neither of them especially needs gold, but it sounds like Rorrik is more interested in getting it. Bandit is surprising. As someone who wants to go battle elephants, he's surprisingly lukewarm about access to the middle there. Well, as we enter the second hour here, I think it makes sense to do another quick introduction for the late joiners here. Welcome to AI Script Off, the world's first AI scripting competition for Age of Empires 2. I am MattyBeRad, and the co-hosts you're hearing talk, the commentators, are Mr. Elephant.
Hello, everyone.
Via Redo.
Ba 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 ba.
And Grubadub Flub.
Ba ba.
Hello.
Beyond the AI Scripters channel, you can find Grubadub Flub and Via Redo on their own streams occasionally, where they play and lose Age of Empires 2. So if it's something you're interested in, they can post their links in the chat, and I hope you'll check them out.
Well, technically, I can't post my link in the chat because we have the minimum follow age to 10 minutes.
Oh, and you haven't been following us for more than 10 minutes, Via?
I'm exposed. Because I was
fake fan.
Truly a fake fan.
Blah 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 blah.
Well, in 10 minutes you'll see Via's link to her channel.
Yeah. Is there a way that we can lower that to like 5?
Yeah,
or instant, or like we could do instant.
I just changed it, and if we have any issues, I will change it back.
Well, welcome followers who followed in the last 10 minutes, like Via.
So Grub and Via, while we're waiting a little bit for Rorrik and Bandit, what do you two usually discuss or stream on your channels?
Well, a fun thing that we do is we try to do Minecraft Wednesdays, where personally I think it's hilarious because I'm not very good at Minecraft and I'm mainly focused on decorum and animal collecting, while Grub is like, let's get to the Nether, let's beat the Ender Dragon.
Yeah, you know the game.
Yeah.
And then and then we end up just chit-chatting about like hot topics from this week, or like the current week, or just like
And
just, like,
Via, why don't
shooting
you
shit.
tell chat the current scoreboard between you and Grub in Age of Empires 2?
We don't need to say.
4-0.
I think the stakes were whoever lost gets to tweet from the other person's Twitter account. and you have yet to do that. But also, just letting you know, when I win, it's gonna be really funny.
Well, we will look forward to it. Despite the best efforts of William Wallace, who Via has much derided to
Listen,
teach her
you
the
want-
game.
You want me to? I already told you this, but I get triggered by all that accent, that sexy ass accent, because my mom is obsessed with Outlander, and she thinks the guy's really sexy. And I'm telling
I mean,
her,
is she wrong?
hard. She's not wrong.
And William
When I
Wallace
walk
is
out-
also sexy.
And,
Via, are
like,
you really throwing your mom into this?
I am absolutely. I'm using the mom card because listen, I go out into the kitchen and I'm like, ooh, I can't wait to get some food, and then I just hear all this moaning and groaning. She's got
From
it at
Highlander.
full blast, and I'm like, it's like basically watching softcore porn on the family computer.
Oh my.
Well, our dear
I'm like-
co-commentator Via here also is a sheep farmer.
It's brutal.
We're in the
Thank you,
middle of
Matty,
a
for
slightly
changing the
tragic
subject.
lambing season here. So
Don't get me
please,
started about sheep because I will take up about 2 hours talking.
please keep the sheep in your memories as we watch them used to fund the endeavors of these artificial intelligences live on stream. Well, let's take the opportunity to go check in with Rorrik. We haven't spoken to him since the 2-hour mark passed. We'll see how his strategy is going here.
Vibe check.
Let me. All right. Rorrik, you are live. How's it going?
Good, good. The wolf rush is proving difficult.
How many villagers have sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of this?
I'm just sending a militia,
How many militiamen?
but many. But the main thing is that I've now got it so he doesn't kill the militia, and my enemy point was broken because I didn't have my points defined correctly. And so this is going to be the test to see if he actually goes to the right place now. The other thing about the polls that I'm worrying about is that I don't know how to make the farms build around the folwark without doing a lot of duck.
DUC, yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting problem. And at the same time, you have to use the same script for Mongols too in the 2v2. So you can't
Yeah,
rely
but
too much on the folwark.
I could check for polls and do the folwark thing, but yeah, that's going to end up being one of the main challenges here.
The load
We got
if
the food
statement.
in- We got the food in so fast that we didn't build the barracks. And I thought I changed it so they would still build the barracks, but they're not building the barracks.
Well, in case you didn't know, we now have an hour and 45 minutes left on the clock. We passed 2 hours a few minutes ago. How do you think you'll prioritize your last hour and
There's-
45?
Well,
There's-
next thing I'm going to do is have it build towers all over the enemy base. See, now the scout's going to come save him from the wolf. That's not good.
Hero
And
scout.
I got to make sure that I actually find the enemy's base so that this works, because this is just the opposite point that he came to over here.
We've been checking the Civ bonuses a little bit here. I saw some interesting things that I didn't realize for all the Civs. Have you looked at your
Yeah.
tech tree at all?
I have. I think that actually his best choice might be Malians, but I don't think he'll pick them.
You're not scared of the Imperial skirmisher?
No, I'm not intending to go archers.
You think that'll save you?
The fact, what will save me?
That you're not going to go archers. I think the Imperial skirmisher is a terrifying unit to face in AI scripting. Not that you will. I don't know anything about his exact strategy yet, but I would be scared of it.
No, I think that my plan is to control the middle and have plenty of gold for knights, so I don't think that they'll be very effective.
What's your
Interesting.
biggest concern right now?
That I'm not going to get out of feudal age.
that is a large concern.
I think that my defenses are probably severely lacking. Now, they never did go to stone, even though I told them to go to stone.
How much military are you are you producing right now? Are you just
Nothing.
Have you just
nothing. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not, I built the one Wolf Rush militia, and that's not really working. But that's a scouting problem, so I need to focus on scouting next, probably.
When do you I pose this question to Bandit, but I'll pose it to you as well. When do you start feeling nervous and start focusing on a general strategy rather than you know, focusing on more advanced techniques?
Oh,
Like
I'm starting. I started right away. I'm looking
you
at strategy. I mean, I wanted to Wolf Rush because it sounded fun, and I might have to give up on that at this point.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
How are you considering the 2v2 versus the 1v1?
I'm treating it pretty much the same. I think long term, light cav may be my go-to, and both civs have really good light cav.
We're not going to see any slinging from you?
No, probably not. Neither of them has a late game. I guess the Poles could maybe sling food with their late game, but only if I figure out how to build farms around full works.
Well, simply build enough farms, and they'll have to be placed around the full works.
That's true.
Well, this should be a exciting match. Is there any strategy that you hope Bandit doesn't pursue?
Exciting, huh? Neither of my civs have a good counter to elephants. Don't tell him that.
It's an interesting
and
point.
Vietnamese have good elephants.
Well, the gold in the map is pretty scant. I don't know if you could support a major elephant push.
Well,
Be
unless you
interesting to
control
see.
the center, but yeah.
And then
That's part of why I'm trying to control the center, is to keep the Vietnamese off gold.
Right, I did notice the Poles have that stone mining bonus where they also get gold with their stone. How many castles do you think we'll see from you? Have you decided to go for the unique unit at all yet?
No, I think I'm going to focus on cavalry.
Oh, you're disappointing the viewers.
I know.
We all want to see the unique unit.
The unique unit is countered by too much that the Vietnamese can do. It would be better against the Malians, maybe. So
Well,
we
I
may
think
see some, but
your challenge
I'm
is
really-
that other than light cav, Mongols and Poles are incredibly different as civs. I think Malians, looking at their tech trees, and Vietnamese are pretty close, so the same strategy can probably work with both of them. You really think that you can just write this for Poles and it will work well for Mongols?
Oh yeah, the Mongols are perfectly capable of going for Cavalier, which is what the Poles are going to be going for until they
As much as you need. Interesting.
Yeah. The Mongols have a lot of bonuses for Cav archers, but they don't have to go Cav archers. They can go for Cavalier.
Well, we will go off to talk behind your back now, but thank you for humoring us for a moment, and hopefully in the next few minutes you'll have some fighting version of your AI ready to send over so we can start testing it live on stream.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, I will focus on getting my first rush going then, so I can send that to you.
Best of luck.
I have a complete noob question.
Yeah, go for it.
For the past hour and 25 minutes, when they're test running their scripts right now, what are their civilizations fighting against? Like, is it just another AI, or is it?
It's the general. I think it's the general CD slash HD AI, one of the two. So
Like the regular thing that you play against. When
yes.
You do the solo game. Okay.
Yeah,
But I mean,
there
I
are three there are three different standard AI that come with the game. There's the DE AI, which was made by Promi. There was the Promi's and then slash Offwell, and then there's the HD AI, which was made by Archon slash Promi, and then there's the CD AI, which has changed over the years, but they say that's remained mostly the same, which was made by Sandy Pierce. So
It was
and,
made by
right.
Sandy, the legendary.
Yeah. Peterson made the CDAI. So
That's awesome.
Interesting.
Sandy
so,
Peterson is one of the main legends of the game. He basically designed the original Age of Empires 2. From balance to civ selection.
Cool.
So he made the CDAI 20 something years ago, and yeah, they had some in-house testing. And he said that in some ways that he wished the AI could be better, but overall, everyone seems to have liked the CDAI. I mean, it's still well known after 20 something years. So it's a good AI. So and there have been some major, in my opinion, there have been some changes because the original CDA AI could not play the new Civ, so they had to add in that support and everything. So
right. For those who are interested, below the stream you can find a link to the AI Scripters Discord and forums, where you can download many of the AIs that we are talking about here. And that's generally how this goes via Ngorab is people will download an AI that is well known because it did very well in an AI competition or designed for a specific scenario, and they can just load it up in the skirmisher 1v1 and go. But please feel free to check out those communities. They're extremely welcoming, and of course this is what we're streaming from. So, who do you think is ahead right now? I think I have a strong opinion, but I'm curious.
I have a strong opinion too.
Let's start with Via and Grub. Who do you think is ahead?
I think that Rorrik might be ahead just because I think that Bandit is too caught up on a lot of very specific stuff that may not pay off, whereas Rorrik seems to be building a more robust base at the moment.
What about you, Via?
I just confirmed that they were playing against like the standard bots or whatever from the game. So I have absolutely I don't have any strong feelings because I know that things can kind of
swing
turn quickly. I'm gonna check back in at like the 45-minute mark.
Sounds good.
Right now.
We'll return to Via for her masterful commentary.
I was just going to also add, I think that Bandit trying to depend on elephants in a map that is so light on gold is a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think he needs a backup plan. I think it could work, but he needs to have a second rule set for trash, that being units that don't cost gold, in case the elephant play fails.
I also think that just because both are going for a tower rush for the middle, we could end up in a scenario where we have lots of villagers dying and a very sparse kind of outlook for both players.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a long game. I think that Rorrik is ahead as well. What cemented it for me is he already has that tower being placed down in the front, and he's already done some efforts at early aggression. We haven't seen that from Bandit just yet. That said, the way that Bandit tends to script, from my discussions with him, from my understanding of him in the community, and from a little questionnaire they answered ahead of the stream, is that he tries to get these little things right first so he has a great foundation, and then later on he can add in different strategies for the push. So if his strategy works like it's supposed to work for scripting, I don't think that we'll see real progress that convinces us he could be ahead until like the last hour, because he's still building his foundation.
You see, my opinion here at this point, and I have to disagree with every single one of you, that Bandit is slightly ahead at this point.
Interesting.
Because I think that he has a strategy of what he. It feels like Rorrik is still is still messing around with his eco rather than Bandit has more of a plan of where he wants to proceed. If he really focuses down on, you know, focuses down on that plan at the time of what he says, and I think right now his code is a little bit further along maybe than Rourke's, then it he should be able to even if he doesn't do the tower um,
Convert
deny
into a
denial. Yeah.
into a
But
push.
it's still really really early because in their code, like both of them need to both of them really need to really kind of
Tighten the vice down and start working towards their military
yeah. This is the time
to make
to
that
really
switch. Yeah.
Stop working on your ego, start working on your general strategy of what you want to do with because you won't have enough time to do your testing even at this time. You need to start working on your general military support because in theory, you could have just 4 rules for food, and you could just have one rule. It wouldn't be smart, but you could just have one rule for food, wood, gold, and stone gathering, like 25, 25, 25, 25.
Right.
And that would and it wouldn't be smart, right? But you could just have one rule, and you could just go into
Military right away.
start testing your military, and start focusing on what your composite, and you could have one rule for boiling, and you're already testing, right? You're testing your military. That's how you kind of if you really wanted to get into just the weeds of things, right? But they're kind of focusing on right now.
Yeah, we're
inside
seeing
the
some
state.
DUC writing on
Yeah,
the stream right now from Bandit, which again I think is a little high risk. For those joining us, DUC stands for Direct Unit Control. It's basically the equivalent of micro for a player in a PvP match. And it is much more complicated to write and much easier to mess up than the standard rules. So the fact that Bandit has spent now almost an hour and a half his allotted time working on DUC, is, I think, certainly a very high risk, high reward play for him to go for. We did hear that Rorrik thinks the Malians would be a better civ than the Vietnamese. I pretty strongly disagree. I think the Vietnamese, with their Imperial skirmishers and the option of adding in elephants, will be better against the Poles, especially given that we know the Poles player is going for cavalry as opposed to infantry, where we could expect the unique unit of the Malians, the Gabedo, to do the most damage. Of course, there's always the threat that Imperial Skirmisher will get too well countered by a heavy cav play, or light cav, as Rorrik is proposing. But at least the Vietnamese can mix in halberders early on and still get the advantage of those very, very powerful and cheap skirmishers.
Yeah, I think a lot will come down to how how they kind of pad out their main strategy with their sub strategies.
Say more.
So, like, right now, they're both kind of generally, like, they want to rush towers in the middle, and then it's going to be, in general, skirmishers versus cavalry. But I think that what I'm saying is, like, I think that a lot will depend on, how they support those main strategies with, like, what units will they send to the middle to try to defend their tower rush? What will they focus on early game to set up their late game? Stuff like that.
Interesting. And Toby's bringing up in chat here that the champion, the end of the swordsman line, is a great counter to both skirmishers and halbs, and it's very, very powerful in the Poles' arsenal. That said, the Mongols, the other civ that Rorrik has to play with, is not anywhere directed towards infantry. I don't think they even get all the way down to the champion line. So he's in an interesting position there, and it doesn't sound to me like Rorrik is even investigating the possibility of going infantry, which may end up being a mistake. I think a blob of, champs Obrecht and Halbs could be basically impossible to counter as the Vietnamese or the Malians.
Well, it's a semi-expensive. I mean, upgrades are expensive, so men at arms is basically a not used strategy inside feudal age. So you're basically having to research this basically castle age or above, and that can be expensive as an additional research on top of what your main strategy is. So because with all the micro, with the archers and the skirms inside feudal age, it's very risky to use men at arms
Yeah,
because they get
absolutely.
sniped.
Right, they're so weak to this is like the classic problem in Age is that the infantry are so weak compared to basically every other option, except in very specific circumstances, like Burgundian's Flemish Revolution. And so I don't think it's a play that we would expect to see from the Poles player, but in this specific circumstance, I think it could be devastating. Do you think that the Malians would be a better pick for countering Mongols and Poles than the Vietnamese, as Rorrik seems to believe?
Well, very few AI, I think, play as the other Civ because you just don't see it used very much in terms of
The Malians?
Because
well, he has to use it anyway, right? He's going to have to figure out how to implement it in the 2v2 strategy, so he may as well figure it out now.
Yeah, we just don't see that Civ being the Civ, like, I want to script for that Civ type of thing. This is kind of like, this is a Civ that's kind of like, I'm scripting for the Civ, what do I do type of thing. So
right.
it is, it is, yeah.
I was gonna say a counterpoint to wanting to script for it because you're gonna have to use it anyway is that if you're doing a 2v2, you don't necessarily have to depend on both civs to win. If you have a dominant civ, sometimes you can, once you've destroyed one of the enemy civs, it's usually pretty easy just to clean up the other one.
Exactly. So
yeah.
The thing is with the 2v2 is that you're hoping that one of your team members could, if one of your team members has gone down, you're hoping at that point to have already taken down the one of the opponent's AIs as well. So it becomes like a 1v1, because
right.
if it's a 2v1, that's very difficult to overcome. So.
Sorry to change the subject here, but it looks like Bandit is still working on his boar and deer lures. That said, we just watched an incredibly impressive boar and deer lure. He got both boar under the TC, took their food, then I believe pushed in 3 deer using a scout. Incredibly difficult to do with AI micro, with direct unit control, and followed it up by taking all of the sheep under the TC. So that's like a pro level play. That's something you would expect to see in a Viper match in PvP. Not something you frequently see in AI.
Yeah, definitely we have impressive scripters on both sides here.
And I think that we're starting to see, the difference in strategy we expected from the beginning. Rorrik is already aggressive. He's already going all in. He said to us that he, hopes he doesn't get killed in the feudal age. Because he needs to build up to that one big push that we're expecting to see from him. And Bandit is taking this incredibly careful approach with these complex scripting rules in hopes that as we progress in our time, as we run out of time, he will be able to take advantage of all of the work he's already done to make some very powerful military late game. Well, now that we've passed the halfway mark, perhaps it's time to jump in on Bandit here and scare him a little bit. Alright, Bandit, you are live once again. We have now passed the halfway point. There's an hour and 25 minutes left to script. How are you feeling?
In complete panic. It's taken ages to get that eco working. we are in feudal age. We do have something in place. So yeah, I'm just going to focus on getting military out now and go from there.
Yeah, we
You've
won't.
got your you've got your ecos kind of set up. It's kind of time for some general stuff, so to speak, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And these are some very fancy rules you're writing. Checking game time. That's really taking full advantage of all the tools you have. Before we leave you be, because I know you're in, as you said, panic and rush mode. I was very impressed by the double boar lure with all 3 deer pushed and sheep being taken under the TC simultaneously there. That must have felt good to see.
It was. I wish I'd got it like half an hour earlier. It's probably where I needed it to be. So yeah, I think the military stuff I had in mind is going to have to go on hold, and yeah, we'll go defensive. I think, and yeah, try and get some upgrades in and go from there. But yeah, it's. I think I spent too long at the start.
Well, you certainly have your work cut out for you in this last hour and a half. We wish you luck.
So before we switch off, Bandit,
I already
you're thinking.
here.
Oh.
What was your question? We can jump back.
Oh no, that's fine.
I was gonna pop in Rorrik and give him a warning that we've gotten past our halfway point as well. Rorrik, you are live.
Howdy, howdy.
Less than half your time left.
Yeah.
How we feeling?
Not good. It keeps, even when I've scouted the enemy point keeps getting this point instead of the enemy's point.
Maybe it's an issue with the map.
That's, I don't know. If you look at the documentation for what enemy point is supposed to do.
We're on wikis now.
We're on wikis.
Yeah. Plus or minus
Should-
8 tiles.
Yeah, the nearest non-wall building, right? And so this is far from 8 tiles away. He hadn't even built this when these guys were sent here.
Mm. So I know that the attack now rule can get units over. So not to intrude, but perhaps you find those wolves for your rush, get them close, and then issue an attack now. In the interest of having an AI that works.
Well,
So,
I've given up on the wolves, but I go for it.
Are you thinking about doing a tower rush? Is that what you're thinking about doing?
No,
No. On the other side?
I said no.
Okay.
Just to secure middle gold control.
Yeah. Just to secure the middle, which is also funny because he places the tower in a completely different place every time, even though I tell him to put it right in the center. That's a little frustrating too.
Direct unit control. The life of an AI scripter.
It's not complicated direct unit control, but it still doesn't want to do it.
Have you gotten to Castle Age yet?
No. I don't have the prerequisite buildings in the version that's running right now, apparently.
So that's the next goal.
Yeah, it should get there if I run this one. Except that it's like that.
We've all seen that message before.
Yeah, every time I run it, I see that message. Current age, dark age, that should all be valid.
Perhaps Dark Age needs to be defined as a constant.
Feudal age didn't need to be.
Interesting. How much direct unit control do you think that will be in your final version of the script?
Oh, just telling him things to patrol
That's it?
to the enemy base. Yeah, and at this point, detecting the enemy base with direct unit control because finding the enemy point is not working.
Well, given that you have so little time left, we will leave you be, but good luck in your endeavors.
Oh, that's what it is. Alright.
And we are back watching Bandit here. I think that we are going to have an interesting final match. Both players are going to be rushing going into the final few minutes here. Only 20 minutes until an hour remaining.
Yeah, I'm nervous for both of them at this point. because they need to focus on their military.
It sounds like Bandit is at a point where he's ready to start pumping out units. And given that he has such an obvious pathway with the skirmishers, not that he'll necessarily take it, I think that the number of rules he needs to make will be pretty simple. And if they get to the last 15 minutes and they don't have anything ready to go, I think that we'll just see can train knights, attack now. From Rorrik, and I think we'll see can train skirmisher, attack now, from our friend Bandit.
In case viewers are kind of what attack now means, it literally means that if you put attack now inside a script, it's telling your AI based on the conditions above, because the conditions still have to trigger, the if statement, so to speak. You, if those are true, then use your military population to go attack the enemy. So
and the trouble with attack now, as we see, Bandit is still messing with his DUC.
Yeah.
The problem with attack now is much like just clicking on a building or a unit in PvP. There's a chance that your military units will not attack the units closest to them and will just run into the middle of the enemy's base and get taken down by town center fire. So generally, unless you have an AI that has absolute military superiority, an army of 40 knights or something, it is seen as a worse strategy to use an attack now command as opposed to, as Rorrik just described, patrolling into the enemy. Just the same way that it works for competitive PvP.
If I had the if I was in this situation, rather than coding for the eco, I might have put a little bit of military superiority code inside my to see if I want to use attack now, because there's 3 different for viewers. There are basically 3 in parentheses 4 different attack methods, 4 acceptable. There's attack now. There's attack groups, there's town size attack, and there's duck attack. So, DUC. So, attack now is basically the most simple form of attack. Grabs your military population and goes in attack. Attack groups were brought over from Age of Empires 1. So, basically separate out your group of AI and, your groups of units, and goes for the attack. And town size is different, where it incorporates there's basically a maximum town size, and then you set that value higher and higher, and then until you find an enemy building, and then all your units rush to that they rush like madmen over to that building and destroy it.
Right, it's taking advantage of some unintended code in the engine there, and that's the kind of creative scripting that we hope to see today. I think largely what we're seeing is a difference of experience in these 2 players, and it may not be benefiting the more experienced one. So for those just joining us, Bandit here has 7 years of scripting experience. He says he started scripting so that he could make an AI to beat his friends, which I think is hilarious and awesome. His famous AI Brightspark is known for its direct unit control, or micro, and being a pretty fierce opponent. It's made it pretty far into some script tournaments in the past. And given all of that experience, I think that he is trying to replicate what he's achieved in Brightspark in a much shorter time frame here. We can see he's gotten to feudal age. He started to build some towers here, maybe not in the right spots. But I think he would absolutely be better served to be spending his time and energy at this point to do some more basic AI scripting, something like a more novice scripter like myself might do, train units and attack. And it'll be interesting to see how Rorik's comparatively less experience influences his behavior here, as I think he's much more likely to pursue those traditional routes. He's barely using direct unit control at all. Grub and Via, do you have a favorite you want to cheer for yet?
I think I'm going to cheer for Rorrik just based on the current. I think that coming into this with less experience and coming out on top would be pretty cool. And I think that they've got a really good base going.
And Rorrik woke up very early this morning. He's in mountain time to join us for this competition, so we have to appreciate that as well. What about you, Via? You with Grub or against Grub?
I'm gonna be a silly little goose and choose Bandit so I can be different. And there's
Bandit,
a little stakes involved.
much like a raccoon, a bandit. We'll see if he manages
Don't
to
even get
leverage
me
that
started on the
experience.
raccoons.
our farmer co-caster here has some strong opinions. Well, let's hop over to Rorik's point of view to see if anything's changed on that front as well.
I think we were seeing some good stuff from Bandit.
Some
defensive,
progress, yeah. And it
some
looks like
defensive towers.
here, looking at Rorik's, there has finally been an attack. Though not yet successful enough to defeat this AI. But some men-at-arms did make it into the enemy base and harass a few villagers, which means his issues with the attack move have resolved themselves, it seems.
It'd be nice to see some counter unit code coming into here.
Yeah, your AI reactionary is pretty well known for that, right?
It seems like that's what it's famous for. Its counter units. So that's something that I was thinking about when making that AI. What is the opponent making, and how can I counter that? There's obviously some flaws with that, but it does use some basic countering code.
Yeah. So, an interesting difference between AI scripting and players playing this game, especially in a brand new format like this. A player can make adjustments as the game goes on. They can see the enemy is massing skirmishers and choose to go into light cav. These scripts, once they are coded, they can only follow the rules that are written. And so if you don't have a rule that is telling you to watch for skirmishers and build light cav if you see them, or any other rule that allows you to react to your enemy composition, you can essentially just be banging your head into the wall here. Just keep sending out armies and armies and armies that are countered directly by the enemy. Yeah,
that kind of brings into the experience difference a little bit in a stark light. In our Twitch chat, Toby said, I think it'll be interesting to see what less experienced scripters can achieve in the same 3 hours. And I think that's a very valid point towards that, because I think, a lot of this stuff is just experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing the game well enough to know what to expect, knowing how AI scripts well enough to know what the AI excels with. As we mentioned earlier on the stream and a few times now, I think the regular player thinks of a skirmisher as a very situational unit that is weak in most situations, but sometimes can be very strong defensively. In the scripting community, scripters are so dominant with some of the top AIs. Shadow, Rehoboam has some very good skirmisher micro. That they're almost seen as, like a meta to be broken. It's annoying when you face somebody who builds around a skirmisher push. So that kind of knowledge, that kind of understanding of not just the game, but how to play the game for AIs, I think will be critical here, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the finals. I did see that Rorrik is training a good number of militia here, more than I would have expected.
I know that Shadow is changing some of his general strategy, archers rather than skirmishers at this point, to kind of get rid of the skirm. I don't know if he'll be successful in doing that, but I know that he's trying to aim for that.
Well, you think about the difference. The skirmisher doesn't take bonus damage from anything that can hit it from a range, with the exception of, I think there's a handful of skirm counter units. or units that do enough damage, like the hand cannoneer, that on a 1v1 basis they sometimes come out on top. But in general, the skirmisher is very, very cheap. It doesn't take much bonus damage, and in order to do the bonus damage it does take, you need to get up close and personal. Because AI can micro every unit on the screen simultaneously in a way that a real player cannot, and because AI tends to struggle more with avoiding town center fire than a player might, skirmishers can very easily simply withdraw until they are under building fire. And they can individually micro all the time, constantly, to be targeting units, so even the chip damage they do is enough to make a difference. So again, I think if I were Bandit, I would be going all in for skirmishers here, maybe with some meat shield up front. But it doesn't seem like that's his strategy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting. We're almost at the final hour here, and I really still think that it's anybody's game.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of these responses to the questionnaire we put out from Rorrik and Bandit, and maybe some Mr. Elephant answers. So before any of this started, we asked them how they would describe their scripting styles. Bandit, I think, fascinatingly, described himself as a really inconsistent scripter, and he frequently mixes up the way that he works. So sometimes he'll build very structured AIs that are trying to achieve one thing and do it well. And other days he describes himself as tearing it down and doing something frantic. I think we're starting to see a little bit of his frantic side here as we get into the last hour.
Yeah, I would definitely say that that's the vibes that
Yeah.
he's giving off right now.
Yeah, the frantic. Yeah, anyone, you're kind of like in an exam, and you look at the time, and you're like, oh wait, I've spent 2 hours, on this one question, writing, you wanted to write like an essay rather than writing
poem.
like a paragraph, and then you're like, oh wait, I still have to go do the multiple choice. But I haven't done, so they're kind of like in that rush and that frenzied brain type of thing at this point. So
Yeah. And Rorrik here describes his scripting style as simple and manual. I relate to this a lot. He says, I end up having to figure out everything myself because I'm too lazy to understand how other people have done it. So we might see something totally new out of Rorrik here, unlike anything we've seen anywhere else in the community. And I think that would be a pleasure.
I mean, yeah, some AIs are easier to understand than others. You look at an AI, and I know that Grub and Via don't know about this AI, but Alliance Thunder. And you look at it, and you're like, what in the world is this? It's a good AI, but you look at the code, and you're like, what was this scripter doing? And look, what is, he's got like 10 constants or whatever that are going into a single rule, and you're like, and he's like saying, well, if chicken is greater than horse or one, or and you're flipping 10 different tabs in Notepad++, and you're looking back and like, what is chicken 1 versus chicken 2, or what they have defined as constant, right? And then you're like, what does this mean? And you're like trying to decipher.
Yeah, and we're seeing the styles at play here, right? Like scripting in terms of what works, or trying to build a good scaffolding so that you can add things more frantically at the end and they'll still work. I really would like to see the scripters here reserve the last 15 minutes at least to just be running matches and making sure things are working, and not working in the sense that like it does exactly what they wanted, but in the sense that they can build an army and send it to attack. That's what we want to see out of our players.
The actual testing phase of it. Yeah.
Exactly. So moving down our questionnaires here, fascinatingly, and I didn't realize this, Bandit had said, 2 weeks before the competition started and the maps were rolled, he was hoping for a map like Gold Rush, as it forces the action to happen in the center of the map, and he likes those large army fights. What I would love to see from Rorrik is just avoiding that, refusing to fight in the middle there, and going around the edges to raid eco. Though, given he's not doing a ton of direct unit control, I don't know how feasible that is.
Yeah, we won't be seeing very much of that because they're not using any snippet, to kind of avoid or anything like that. So he would have had to prepare for that much earlier too if he was going to start doing that.
Well, we still have an hour left. He might try it. We'll have to see.
You never know. He could become a legendary scripter here and start doing amazing duck that we haven't seen previously. So.
And as Grub has been saying many times here, going to their last question, how are you going to win the script off? Our players are not acting in the way they thought they would. Bandit is saying here that he wants to pick a strategy on the day and execute just that strategy well rather than trying to do everything. And then very cutely he said here, my aim is to build an AI that demands an answer and hope Rorrik is lost for words. I don't know that he is focused in on one strategy and executing it well. I don't get the sense that that's what Bandit has gone for so far.
I think he still might be focused on one strategy, but he's been focused on his eco so much. We just haven't seen too much of what his general strategy is. I think Bandit wants to be a perfectionist, just like a lot of scripters, and he wants to get it done right. But when you've got a 3-hour time limit, it's just exactly that.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. Sorry to cut you off there, but did you see how many towers Rorrik has on the other side of the map there?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about the placement, though.
Yeah, it looks to me like that's just a up, build, forward command. It's clearly not. We can see what he's trying to do, but that's what it looks like. I think that he's probably pretty frustrated that his AI is not building the towers where he wants them to. But he is in Castle Age. He is in Castle Age.
This is the problem with DUC in general, is and the more advanced commands. There's a simple rule, and it's called build forward. And instead of using these advanced commands, they could have done, what a more simple thing: build forward, watchtower less than 5. It'll calculate automatically if it's within a few, blocks of the line of sight of the enemy and place down the tower. But they are choosing these advanced commands of advanced, and that's where the time issue comes into play.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It's definitely an interesting choice. We're watching Bandit now. He is also in the Castle Age, and you can see on the mini-map there, he has some units in the middle. I'm fascinated by the sheer number of towers he put in his base. Sorry, go ahead, Grub.
No, that's what I was gonna say. It's actually, it's really, really impressive the progress that's been made in like the last 10 minutes on Bandit's behalf.
Oh, absolutely. As we approach the 1 hour mark, they're really getting into it, right? I do notice that he's writing some market rules here to buy and sell resources as he needs to. I think that's an interesting choice to make. Could be very powerful, as anybody who's seen Saracen market abuse in the competitive world can attest. I don't think there's any competitive player who doesn't abuse the market at this point. But
I see that he created more than one monk. He
did end up making more than one monk, yeah. Maybe you wormed into his head.
Yeah, for those for the collecting relics is important. So, maybe he couldn't have thought about that.
I mean, some of these rules that Bandit is writing, I've never seen before. I couldn't even tell you what a lot of this does.
Below, he had that monk with relic less than 1 train, and so that's what it was doing. It trained more than 1, but this AI is keeping up kind of with. I want to say this is still the CD AI, but it could be. It could be HD. So it's either HD or CD.
Via saying "uh-oh" because that building just got nuked.
They're just totally, yeah.
I do appreciate seeing that both scripters are keeping games running in the background even as they code. I think that's incredibly smart. Not something I would have prepared to do ahead of time.
Right, they're adjusting their code based on real-time feedback from a fake game because they can't do that once the actual game starts.
Exactly. Very interesting. And in not to get too far off base here, but we have discussed in the AI community for a while now what kinds of tools would make scripting easier. And there has been some discussion of an ability to edit pers during runtime and see those new rules acted upon, and I believe it's already possible. So that would be something we'd love to see if World's Edge is able to make any new investments in the future, is, you know, some real-time AI debugging tools the same way we have for map scripting. Is that a castle going up with one villager? I believe so.
Ooh.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry,
No,
go ahead, Gross.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we just passed the 1 hour mark. Do we think it might be time to request that Bandit give us a draft and we pit them against each other?
Yeah, let's throw it against another AI so we don't get any previews of the game. But yeah, how about we jump both scripters here into chat together, maybe get some smack talk going and warn them that 1 hour is left. Here we go, we'll unmute. Rorrik, you are being unmuted, and in a moment Bandit will be as well. Bandit and Rorrik, you are both unmuted and on together. We have just passed the 1 hour remaining mark.
For reals?
No.
58 minutes and 36
Yeah,
seconds.
it's time to freak out.
Oh, 1 hour remaining. I thought we were done.
Nope.
Oh my goodness.
Nope, you have a whole nother hour.
I was like, quick, I gotta modify this one last rule, and then maybe it will actually be able to do anything at all. Okay.
So ahead of your final battle, we would appreciate it if both of you could send along a basic per of your AIs as they exist so far, so we could see them on our part. But so far, you've both made incredible progress in the last 30 minutes, much more than we would have expected, frankly. And I think this is shaping up to be a very exciting match.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm terrified.
Rorrik, do you have any smack talk for Bandit here?
Oh yeah, I'm coming for you. You better be ready for the power of the Mongols.
Yeah, that. I'll be here hiding and defending myself well.
No smack talk from you, Bandit? Alright, well, that is what it is. Shoot those along, and we'll check in with you in the next couple of minutes as well. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Enjoy the final hour.
I think I need to acquaint myself with, like, what these civilization structures look like, because I straight up just don't, like, does he have multiple castles? Is that what I'm saying?
Yes, and fascinatingly, it does look like Bandit is building lots of Vietnamese castles, which is not something I would have expected for Vietnamese.
Yeah.
The upload is
I
failing
just
here.
realized you can see my Homer Simpson.
Yeah, when we first started, that came up and I muted myself because I started cackling.
It's like one of my favorite.
Well,
Technically,
we'll pop over to
the
Rorrik
animation is a little bit slower.
so
than
that they don't have to
the
see
actual
Homer
animation.
Simpson twerking. But
No, he's like winding.
He's
his
bringing it around town.
bringing it around town.
Well, let's see if we can see how our AI scripters have brought it around town as I load these scripts into the game and prepare to do a few brief show matches.
And we're gonna, once the 56 minutes and 5 seconds are up, we're gonna give him like a designated get up and stretch break and like get water and stuff and potty, right?
I mean, sure, before the final round, but at that point, their job's over. They just have to watch the disaster unfold.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they just gotta emotionally prepare themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
Also, whenever I see a cluster of villagers just demolish these bushes, it reminds me of a fun fact. The deer population in New England, specifically Massachusetts, is so like untamed because of all the hunting restrictions that we have, that like they've really taken a toll on local plant life, especially along the coast, due to so much vegetation that they're eating.
They took a real toll on the front of my car too.
Oof.
Oh yeah, 'cause you hit one.
Rest in
It
peace
hit-
to,
it hit me.
the deer that Grub hit. To the deer
No,
that hit
it
Grub.
didn't die. It didn't die.
Then
It
we
got
wish
up
it
and
the
ran
best
away.
of luck. Good luck
It-
to the deer that hit Grub. May it
Yeah.
live long and healthily.
The deer hit Grub. Grub didn't hit the deer.
It
Correct.
could have had internal damage because that's usually what happens with wildlife. They go into shock and then they like run off. And it's like, oh, that's fine.
So that's
It's fine,
one way to lure deer, is with your SUV.
Yeah, they love them. That's why so many people drive big fancy cars. It's not to attract other people. It's to attract deer.
That's what
them.
that's what Age of Empires is missing, is a Kia Soul.
Yeah.
Oh well, remember they've got the cheat for the cheat unit. What is it called? Oh!
The
I'm
Cobra
blanking
car?
on it. The Cobra car. So
They should,
if
somebody should code some like Ford F-150s
Into the game.
to really like bring it up. To,
Alright, let's see.
2023. I didn't
Script
really
off,
find-
and what was the other one named? Anyone have it in front of you?
Juniper.
Juniper. Great. So it's not showing. I'm going to have to go back to the main menu, but we'll be able to watch some of these AIs in action, commentate. We'll start with Bandits, going against the HD version, and we'll go ahead and put him on Vietnamese, if I can find them.
Oh wait, did your Age of Empires not like
alphabetical at the bottom.
fully update? Because when I boot up Age of Empires, it's all like, "Oh, celebrate Women's History Month."
I closed it down.
Okay.
Does that make me a sexist? Hard to say.
Yeah,
And we'll put it up
That's
against
not what
polls.
makes you a sexist.
Much appreciated. And Golden Pit is the map. Also alphabetical, I assume. There we go.
So we're using the HD then, rather than the CD. Just an FYI.
I mean, may as well. It doesn't really matter. The point is to watch the polls here. Oh, script off, unexpected, into file. Well, we'll have to let Bandit know. One of you mind letting him know in chat, and I'll load up the other AI.
Why don't you take a look at the code and see if we can just correct it for temporarily? Can we just
Some
look at it
live
ourselves?
code correction. If you want to take a look, we can. I can look at this other game.
Okay, I
With
haven't
Juniper.
downloaded it, but I can take a quick. Maybe
Just so the show may go on. He has to fix it at some point anyway, right?
Yeah. So it was line 630. I can see if I can click it.
Let's see how successful this.
Oh, he has an opening parentheses on line 629. Just delete it, and it should be fine.
In line what?
629.
629.
It just he left that in there.
those tiny little animals that they just herded. Villagers.
Those are turkeys. They're a replacement for sheep.
Ah, okay.
You say, oh, that's not the right one. Line 629 for script off.
Mm-hmm.
Classic. Alright. So that should be ready to go for the next match.
Yeah.
But let's return to the game here and see what's going on. So this is Rorrik's AI that we're watching, playing as Vietnamese, which it should not be, so I'll restart. Let it play as polls.
Okay.
Polls versus Vietnamese. And we'll see how it's doing. If the rate of progress in the last 30 minutes continues, I think that we're going to be in a really good spot for a very interesting final.
Yeah,
don't-
neither one's in a
wait, don't-
position
You
where
you decide
That's
to play
okay.
yourself, Maddie.
That's okay. What were you saying, Grub?
I was gonna say neither one of them is in a position where they're going to get, decimated immediately. So it's a good spot to be in for the amount of time they have.
Assuming that they don't make any last-minute blunders. But we'll hope for
Right.
some fantastic matches here.
Because I mean, we just saw even just a rogue parentheses could really.
Yeah, ruin a whole script. We might be a little lenient with those, but hopefully they'll have tested their scripts before they submit them for the final. So we have a build order here, pretty standard, 2 houses, 1 lumber camp start here. Nothing unusual yet, and the scouting has already begun. I'll be interested to see how this militia rush that he decided to open with ends up working.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, just like any coding whatsoever, that your lines, affect one another. So you have to be prepared for that in mind, that everything has to work together, kind of all that, for any application. So when you're coding.
So we have this fall work going up. It'll be interesting to see how he works. I don't think either player has really thought about the second save they have to deal with in the 2v2 yet, and that could be, if the 1v1s are close, such that they could swing either way, the 2v2 decides the whole thing. So it'll be interesting.
It would be interesting to see if they got some chat messages, some basic chat messages like food please or wood please, or some trade cards if they see that an allied market has gone up, or something like that in very late game. I mean, if they can get some basic support in there, that would be good to see.
So Rorrik successfully has this tower going down in the middle here, and that was about a 11-minute or so feudal age, which is not bad at all. I don't see the militia being created yet, so we might have removed that, and we see a few hunters going forward here to steal the enemy deer.
Does he have a barracks?
That's a good question. He does not, as far as I can tell. So that may be coming later. But we did just watch him steal some deer.
Does he have escrow inside his code, or what?
He said he wouldn't use it. He said he wasn't going to use any escrow. So we'll see how that works out. Barracks is going up now, so that's about an 18-minute barracks, pretty late. And the militia are just now being created. He does upgrade them to men-at-arms, so it's not the end of the world here. And it may catch off guard with the timing, but ideally those would have gone out much sooner.
Yeah, that was a very late. I mean, this is very late to be attacking.
With some men-at-arms with a militia line. And we can see this tower appears to have been successful at warding off that little bit of aggression. And these are actually going to find a little bit of damage against the skirmishers. Not enough to make it a worthwhile trade, but more than literally 0, which is what I expected. And you can see how powerful these Vietnamese skirmishers can be. They get 20% more health, so they can take a beating. And even with, no archers or 1 or 2 archers, they can really do a lot of damage.
Even with a non-DUC AI like HD, I mean, it can show why you don't want to use man-at-arms. I mean, for older AIs, man-at-arms might be okay to use, but newer AIs, you don't want to be using man-at-arms because, this population, even of itself, is just so overwhelming at this point.
Right.
So,
we can see that Rorik's villagers ran all the way back to the town center because that tower had too low HP to take them. So that's a big disadvantage. If that happens to him, he won't be able to get them to safety and go back to that gold quite as early, which is pretty important to his long-term strategy here as Cole is hoping to make a lot of knights. Let's see, he hasn't gone for any upgrades, so I don't think he has any research code going yet. A little bit for eco, it looks like, but nothing for military. And I really don't like this play to go for archers early Castle Age, as he did, or late feudal. I would much rather he save those resources for knights, or if he's really worried about it, go a few early spearmen or skirmishers to counter a push. How do you feel?
I think that he's doing a good job in general. I mean, he's playing against the HD AI right now. I don't know. Can you check on the HD? How many? Okay, so they do have massive army, but they're just not attacking. So yeah, okay, this is about to be over.
Oh, there they go.
I mean, to
So-
be clear to everyone, HDAI is very strong. It's not at all an embarrassment to lose to them. Most scripters really struggle to win. But we did see some interesting strategies that I didn't expect here.
Yeah, I think a
Okay.
lot will, with what we've seen at the rate at which the military's built, a lot will depend on how fast
Oh, loud. There they go.
on how fast Bandit can get
Yeah. Let's jump over and see
units out.
Bandit's script off AI here with Vietnamese against Poles and see if we have an opinion on which one is currently stronger. We'll watch the timing, so it was about an 11-minute feudal age. I didn't catch the castle age time. Did anybody here?
I didn't. But
No worries. Well, I think it was about
Vietnamese
20
is
minutes.
that
That seems
far.
to be standards, but we'll see.
I was just thinking about how the battering rams remind me of turtles. That's basically the concept behind it.
Okay.
I suppose it is. I suppose the concept behind battering rams is turtles. So we should get to see some fancy DUC here with the deer pushing and the boar luring. So look forward to that.
It would be interesting to see how much idle time they have at their TC as well. So I don't know if anyone's keeping track of that at all. So they're going to have a little bit of idle time here.
Yeah, this looks like a good amount of idle time for and letting these goats rot on the ground.
Ooh.
Maybe that
Ooh.
boar lure was mistimed, but look at that deer push. That was a thing of beauty. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame that he's missing out on that villager production, but he should enter into feudal age with just a huge amount of food, as we can see here. That's very impressive what he's managed to do. He's not even
Yeah, I
gone
don't
on to
know.
berries yet. He's already at 350 food, 18 pop.
Was that about 20 seconds of idle time, maybe more?
Yeah, too much. But keeping in mind that Bandit has, I think, spent too much time on early eco DUC, I would rather he let there be some idle time and worry about his push later on, which is hopefully what we'll get to see soon. So he's going up to feudal about 10 minutes. So they're matching each other's feudal ages. It may come down to that late barracks that we saw and whether Bandit here, his AI script off, is able to train units earlier on. Yeah, he's immediately building that barracks, so no delay from him. And then again with these early watchtowers to fend off any pressure. I think he intends for those to be down here. What do you think, Bandit? Elephant?
You mean the towers?
Yes.
I would think that he would either want, the towers towards, protecting his base, either like a defensive tower or, protecting the gold, one of the two. I don't. So this looks purposeful to me that he's just defending his base right now.
And he has a lot
towers, the
on
way-
stone. So he may be expecting to build even more. He has some castles later on as well, so I didn't expect Bandit to be turtling so much. I don't know that a civ like Vietnamese is suited for very late plays. They do have some good building upgrades, but yeah, go ahead.
And I think that building the towers around the base first and then leaving the villagers in the middle kind of open is going to be a poor strategy against, Rorrik's strategy of building those towers right in the middle.
Right away, right.
So it's starting to research 20 minutes. It's it's kind of a slow hit to the castle age fund. So
And look how much he has on stone here. This is insane.
he wants to get up that castle. Maybe he's doing a little bit like his arena play and building castle, doing rams with maybe the unique unit. So I don't know.
I'd love to see the Rattan Archer, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense in this matchup. Rattan Archers are anti-archer archers, and Poles really shouldn't be going for archers. But yeah, look how forward this castle is. This may be able to beat the HDAI if it's not smart. It doesn't have any unit building avoidance script, so this may be stronger than we think. Granted, those villagers are kind of running to their deaths. A surprising amount of center control. Yeah, so his strategy, it appears, and I'd love to ask him about this. He's pushing towards the middle, getting as much stone as he can early castle age, and just locking it down with castles.
Even so, I think that Rorrik had a better eco, and I don't think that this is going to be able to take HD right now because there's Rams on play. So
Certainly,
I think that
certainly.
Rorrik is sitting in a slightly better position at this point than Bandit is.
I
Yeah,
don't-
Bandit really needs to come up with just some sort of defense early on because this is a really strong offense late in the game.
He's not building enough units is really the problem, and that may come later. But I think that Rorrik has a lot of inefficiencies and strategies that show his relative inexperience. Going for archers, I think, as pulls is strictly a mistake. And you can see Bandit here is already investing in multiple TCs. He's content to be stuck on the sides here so long as he gets some gold early on because he thinks he can outplum the opponent. I don't think it works against this AI, but it may work against Rorrik.
But take a look at his eco. Until a few minutes ago, he only had some 17 villagers. I don't think that he was attacked that much.
He lost them all in the middle, was his
Okay,
problem. And I think,
that's-
we are seeing this fight against an AI that is good to build against late game and pushes with Rams immediately. We have not seen any behavior from Rorrik yet that suggests he's prepared to take down 2 castles in the middle at the beginning of Castle Age. 35 minutes,
Yeah, that's very true.
So it may be that Rorrik has a very strong push, but his units just get picked off by these defensive towers and by the castles locking down the middle.
He might need a little bit of retreating code inside there to get
Exactly.
those.
And that he says that's not his style.
Or he'll need some rams. I hope that he'll have some battering ram code if he sees this castle goes up. And what worries me a little bit is that he doesn't. He said that he's not going to use escrow if he just attacks with his units and he keeps on pushing out units. He might not have enough to afford battering rams, so he'll just keep on one-off killing his units to the castle.
Right. Well, let's go back to Bandit's POV here as he continues his efforts. It looks like he is stuck to those defensive towers, which may actually be effective given Rorrik is going for men-at-arms, and there's a decent delay in the time it takes them to get there. But I think that Bandit is still frustrated by little inefficiencies in his eco that with 37 minutes on the clock, he perhaps should be ignoring.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, I think at this point it's a little frustrating watching the perfectionism come out when you can see it just how strong it is just at a macro level and how much he could be developing beyond it.
Right. It's hard to say because, these little improvements in efficiency can really change the game early on. If you have another extra 100 food going into Feudal Age, that can make you win outright because you can build, 5 more skirmishers. The issue is, of course, if he doesn't end up having an army built in time for Imperial or Castle Age, that may be a major concern.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of development on their aggressive, offensive strategies from either player so far. It's mostly been their eco and their defense.
Yeah, Bandit is not really going for pushes at all yet. I saw him build 1 crossbowman. He has a few monks. So I think that's next on the docket for him. Rorrik has gone for some offense, but I disagree with it. I think it's bad offense. It's too late to be effective with the men-at-arms, and I think archers, again, as pulls, is a strict mistake. Not to say that he won't end up on top. That early pressure could throw Bandit off balance, and his better, I think, tower placement, as we've decided, in the middle, may deny that early gold that Bandit is hoping for, or make it impossible for him to place a castle. But we were really hoping to see a little bit more aggression out of Bandit by this point in the script off. Let's go ahead and unmute Bandit and interrogate him a little bit. Not for too long, given he has so little time left. But all right, Bandit, you are live. You have 35 minutes and 43 seconds left to go, and we just tested your AI against HD.
Oh wow, yeah.
Quick questions for you before we let you go. We know you have a lot that you're worrying about right now. Those towers, they're intended to be defensive inside your base, right?
Yes.
They're not trying to go for the middle and missing. You intended to place them there.
I was intending to place them there for fear that Rorrik might be rushing.
Understood.
But yeah, I was going to toy with the idea of potentially putting them in the middle.
Yeah, no, neither is right or wrong. We were just curious if that was a mistake in your script, if it was supposed to be an up build forward and something didn't trigger correctly. But
No,
it looks like
it's
you know it.
front end of the base, and then if you can't build at the front end of the base, it goes backwards.
Got
I
it.
did not think it. They were. They totally looked like defensive towers to me by the way that you're spacing them out. So because I assume that you're afraid of archers or skirms. So those are actually pretty good towers in that regard. So
Mr. Elephant,
that's right.
always the smarter one here. And then we also noticed you hadn't been producing mini units yet. Is that next on the docket?
So the idea is the tower should hopefully tide me over until castle, although it's not aged up to castle yet, which is a bit concerning. But yeah, the idea is that this will tide me over to castle, and then I'll kind of slingshot a load of units in castle age.
Understood. And still going for that Skirm Elephant mix?
Skirm Knights.
Skirm Knights. Interesting switch up.
I was thinking that you're going to create units with all those castles that you're building up.
Units will make an appearance too.
Oh, really?
To do those.
Interesting. Have you thought about the Malians at all?
Yeah, so I figured the Knights would work for Malians as well, so it saves me 2 jobs in that sense. But also the Knights just move around a bit quicker. And yeah, I'm kind of just hoping that by grouping those things together, it's just going to help with the little time I've got.
It's an interesting choice for Vietnamese. Well, you have not much time left, so we will leave you be. But good luck, and we really hope to see a great match.
Thanks a lot. I'll try my best.
Let's jump over to Rorrik here and put his marker on there. All right, Rorrik, you are live.
Hi.
We just tested your AI. You have 32 minutes and 47 seconds left, so we will be prompt.
That's not good.
But I had a few questions. We noticed that there is a little bit of a delay getting those militia line out. How are you hoping to address that? I assume you didn't want them to go in late feudal age.
I think that's mostly a scouting problem. Hope. And so if I address it, it will be because they are built by the beginning of feudal age and upgraded immediately, but they are not sent because the enemy hasn't been found.
I see. So you're focusing on some scouting here.
I am not.
Avoidance script? TC avoidance?
Yeah, I'm trying to make an avoidance script.
I'm surprised it's not the other way around. Like, you're assuming that the enemy will be found, so you create military to start on the push. Like the other way of. So that's kind of an interesting idea that you have with creating military just after the opponent has been found.
Yeah, and that's why I'm using attack now, but I wanted to be able to attack to the enemy point because there's a chance that they're at that opposite point, and so you can just attack in the dark even if you haven't scouted them. Mm-hmm. But really, they ought to be scouted by then. I just got to get to the scouting. What do I need to do next?
And we will, let you go so that you can panic in the last 30 minutes. But I did want to ask you what you were thinking. I noticed a few archers had been trained. What's the idea there?
I think that archer rushes are really effective in the early game.
So just flatly, you think you can pick off a villager or two? Distract some eco?
Yep, and then I'm switching to knights in Castle Age, but my goal is to get to Castle Age, really. I need to research wheelbarrow. That's a good way to get to Castle Age fast.
So Silver Tongue creates a lot of knights, right? So
no, Silver Tongue just goes archers.
Okay, I was confusing my AI there, but okay.
No worries. All right, well, we will let you get back to it. You have almost exactly 30 minutes left, so try to get us something that works, and we'll have a good
For
time.
sure.
Yeah, it's working fairly well against the DEAI right now. It doesn't look like it because he lost. But
I
he
believe
does
it.
get Castle Age and produce knights, and he doesn't get his blacksmith upgrade, so that's something I need to make sure I fix because it says to, but it doesn't actually do it.
Interesting. Well, good luck. All right. Well, that was fascinating. Rorrik isn't aware of the potential issue where the militia line doesn't get created because the barracks is delayed. Perhaps he already resolved it and we didn't see that, but it seems to me that that's a big risk to be investing as much as he is in a militia push and not realize it's bugged out.
Right. Yeah, I think at the moment going into the last half hour, as much as I hate to say it based on my earlier prediction, I do think that Bandit has the stronger position right now.
If he can get the units out. Because he hasn't yet. He plans to, but
Yeah.
he hasn't yet.
Yeah, he's left himself up for a big opening for risk there, but he has a very solid base.
Absolutely.
I think that Rorrik is having some difficulty with his DUC, which is he's struggling on right now. I was just trying to remember about Silver the inside the New Blood tournament, and yeah, when he challenged Wartron, that's when he used archers. So that was my mistake in thinking there. But yeah, I'm thinking that Rorrik is struggling a little bit. It sounds like he is. If you listen to him.
Yeah, it's the last few minutes though, and you never know how it's going to turn out. We were all cheering for both scripters, of course. You want a good final match.
Yep.
Well, I'm cheering for both scripters. Maybe Grub isn't. So what do you think of the switch from elephants to knights?
Wise.
You think it's a good idea?
Yeah, because elephants are just like a big gold sucker.
Yeah. I think strictly it's a good idea, but I'm sad to see it. I wanted
It would
to see
have
some
been
elephants.
very cool if he was able to pull it off.
Exactly.
But it was a really big gamble, and I think that it's a good choice to go with the safer route.
I
You could
agree.
still do it inside Imperial Age if they make it.
If he decides to, yeah. I don't know that he has
if
the time left for 30 minutes left.
If he has a good eco inside Imperial, why not go for the Battle Elephants? They are a late game unit anyways, so, you know. Very
Yeah, I
late game
think
unit.
it'll all come down to these last few minutes, what they can finish up.
What they can accomplish. I really hope that they make the effort to just make sure it's working, as opposed to worry too much about the little things.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to be seeing Imperial Age battles today.
Interesting.
Really.
So your prediction is this gets tied up before then?
Yeah, we'll see, you know, feudal castle things going on, but we won't see very much Imperial, I don't think.
I think that if things continue as they stand, though I did see Rorrik had a siege workshop built in the last peek we got at his stream. I think if things continue as they are right now, what we're going to end up seeing is Rorik's units basically just dying to all the castles because he has no answer to the castles currently, and he hasn't prepared for Imperial Age where he could build trebuchets at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we kind of saw that, but he was working on some code when we were looking at this a few minutes ago. I know that he was retreat codes. Maybe he'll get some of that in there, and he'll get some avoidance, because that would be nice.
Yeah, some avoidance could change the game, because it doesn't matter if the castles protect everything if he goes around the castles, you know, picks off villagers where he can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's shaping up to be a very interesting map. I think we had a very interesting group of civs that we just ended up, especially randomly, with. Though again, I don't think either player has thought about how they'll work in the 2v2.
I'm glad that there's one Mongols AOK civ still inside here. I think it's interesting to see Vietnamese. I like the idea of that civ. And like I said, I a little bit sad, you know, to see Bren's be knocked off, but that's I think that um, individuals were scared of the longbowmen. So
Yeah, I
that
think it would have
could-
been fun to see Britons. Maybe one day. And
yeah,
script off too.
Longbowmen can be really scary. So.
Sorry for giving you all a sneak peek of the score bar there. I'm trying to get the civs loaded in here. Yeah, I don't know how the Rat and Archer is going to do. I'm not sure I like that as a choice by Bandit. It's fun to see unique units, but I don't think it's particularly strong. The Gabedo, maybe.
If he gets enough of them, if he gets like a, if he gets a Moose Archer or whatever, and then he has, 30 of them going across them, and they can be scary. So, just like any archer. So maybe he can include them with the some other archers that he creates, and maybe do some serious damage. It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Yeah. So in my position, if you are Bandit, you're expecting to see from Rorrik Cav. He's got Mongols and he's got Poles. And even if he's going with Mongols in the early age, I don't know that you expect to see a lot of archers. You might see Mangudai later on or horse archers. But I think what you're expecting largely is cavalry. In that position, I don't know where the Rat and Archer fits in. Maybe against Mangudai if he thinks there's going to be a Mangudai mass. But otherwise, I don't think it's a great unit, especially given he already has skirmishers.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say where the archer fits in. Maybe he's thinking some men at arms or something, or the militiaman line would come up, and then he could. But I seriously don't really think that that's going to be a thing. So, and if Rorrik starts creating skirmishers, that's going to really hurt. So,
I think that in Bandit's POV right now, oh, good, he's got it running again. I was gonna say he was kind of struggling for a little bit there. He just had to keep debugging his script, and he lost maybe 5 minutes just to rogue parentheses right now.
Yeah. And that's the pressure. That's the last 22 minutes coming down. At this point, I'm doing what Bandit's doing right here. He's saying if his military population is more than 50, attack. That's exactly what I would ask him to do if I were coaching him in this last 20 minutes. He just needs to make rules that train units and make rules that use them. Because if he doesn't, none of the work he did earlier, the foundation he set, is going to be worth anything.
Yeah, 50, yeah, that's kind of like his max population type of thing, because I wouldn't think that most times he would see, it's kind of like if I haven't attacked and I've got a lot of military, just go for it type of thing. So, it's kind of like the end all type of attack. So he's just putting in some rules at this point, just to clean everything up here and some late scripting rules. So.
Exactly.
And maybe he's doing a little bit of eco upgrades, double bit axe. Maybe he'll do some gold mining upgrades as well.
What's good about this is not that it matters for the immediate competition, but if I had to pick one of these two scripts to work on and submit to a tournament in the future, I definitely pick Bandits. He's done a lot of the work that you would expect for an experienced scripter to put in.
He's got a good foundation. Yeah, I certainly think that he has some. I mean, I can see both of these AIs maybe come up. That if they were worked on heavily, I mean, I think that you could see them come up in the future if they wanted to work on them after the event. So,
I think that the real risk with Bandit strategy is that he's kind of counting on the initial like military push from Rorrik, which we know isn't really going to happen, and a lot of his strategy is built around controlling the center, which we know Rorrik is planning on trying to do
as
first.
well. Yeah. It's a question of how effective those towers that Rorrik gets in the middle are going to be. Because if we get some... In the Age community at large, the PvP community, there is a player named Doubt, who is funny because he's like the oldest competitive player, pro player, and he is known for what is called a Doubt Castle. And that's a castle he attempts to place down in a really aggressive position to save his chances in the game, or to end the game, that gets denied. The villagers get killed or are harassed off of building the castle, and it doesn't go up. It's more a Doubt Castle if it gets to like 90% than it is if it gets to 10%. But I do think that the risk here is Bandit has a few Doubt Castles in the middle of the map in the Golden Pit.
Right, if all of his villagers keep getting picked off by Rorik's towers, he's going to be absolutely defenseless in the middle.
Right, and if there's some bad luck there, because think about this, Rorrik is sending some archers forward, which I think was a mistake, but if those archers happen to come at the same time as that castle is going up, in combination with the tower, it could be a disaster for Bandit.
They're really, actually, I think it's interesting how well their AIs are kind of shaping up to be against each other. Even though neither one of them is really doing what the other expects them to do.
I mean, look at the number of castles placed in the middle there. Jesus. It's got to be 5 castles. 6 on the sides? Yeah, geez.
I just don't think that he's going to be able to do, because like
And he is training some rat and archers now.
like Rubs was saying, I think that his villagers are going to be retreating because they're going to be sniped by the watchtowers.
I think, when he builds the castles, he sends forward 10, 20 villagers to build each castle. It's not built by one person. So if all there is there to deny it is one watchtower, the castle is going to go up. But if he has multiple watchtowers or a few archers as well, that could be really a disaster. Let's swap over to Rorik's POV, see how he's doing. So yeah, he has gotten the militia up early feudal age most of the time. And it appears that he goes for multiple towers there. So we maybe just saw an unlucky version or one that had an issue that he only just resolved. But he has no TC avoidance going on with those militia. And it looks like he's noticing that and is frustrated by it. I think that's what he's currently working on. At this stage, I think that's a waste of time. I think you hope that the units don't walk into the TC and you focus on building more knights for the castle age.
Those militiamen will die. This is every old script had that problem, but he needs to get some late game. If he hasn't already, he needs to get some late game stuff. It's just we've got 15 minutes left. He just needs to do it. And he still has time to create those castle age units just to attack or whatever. I mean,
it looks like we may get to see him go up to castle here if he doesn't end the game. It's a little bit later than I think you'd like to see it, but he's going up around 22 minutes, which I think for most AI scripts that haven't been very well optimized is pretty standard, 22 minute uptime. And we'll see if he starts pumping out knights here, because despite everything we've just said, if he can flood knights in the castle age, that might beat everything that Bandit has going for him. And I repeat, neither of these players has spent any time testing their alternate civs. So they're both just hoping that the 2v2 works in their favor. I think if I were a scripter preparing for this competition, of course it makes sense to spend more time in the 1v1 civ. That's 2 of the 3 points. But if you can basically be guaranteed a free point by spending 30 minutes making your AIs work well together with their different civs, I think that could do a lot. When we do script off too, and you're competing, Mr. Elephant, I hope you keep that in mind.
Huh? What? No one said anything. about that previously. Okay. Well, let's move past that note. But yeah, but I 2v2s are keeping, having the trade cards and all that. I mean, you might as well spend 5 minutes creating. It won't even take that long.
That's a great
You
point
just
with the trade cards. I hadn't even thought about that.
put in your trade cards. I mean, it's if you've been in the game for say 50 minutes, game time greater than 3,000 because it counts it in seconds. If the viewers didn't know this, game time is counted in seconds. So if it's
Rorik
greater
is
than,
creating some knights here, so some units are going out.
create
And he's
some
town
trade
centering
cards.
the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So via and grab for your information and anyone who might not know, the only way to produce gold in the game to make it, last forever is via trade cards. And that's only possible in team games. You can't trade with yourself. And so the idea here is that if they made the investment, not only would it increase their gold production, but if you were in, say, Bandit's position where you expect to be extremely defensive, have a lot of castles, maybe in your 2v2 game you don't even go for the middle. You let the other team get that gold, which granted comes in a lot faster, but you can just let them waste their gold units against your walls and make that early investment in trade so it pays off quickly and protect your back line.
That's what kind of like an older scripter would kind of think about.
Yeah.
You'd think about like an old style scripter would you'd kind of go that route.
But I like what I'm seeing from Rorrik. I don't think there are enough knights coming out based on what we just saw, but he does have knights coming out. He has 2 town centers that move towards the middle.
How many stables does he have in his
I can't
in his
view
code?
it. I don't think he has many. I think he, at least in actuality, in terms of how many are built, it doesn't. Either he doesn't get enough resources to keep up knight production. It looks. Once we are live again, please let me.
Okay, we're live.
Excellent. Hello, everybody. Apologies for the difficulties. First blue screen I've ever had in my computer's life. Least opportune time. Both scripters paused. You can see no scripting is happening right now. They're just waiting on the game to run. And this is a good time to do a check-in with them anyway, because as you can see, after our pause, we still have about 11 minutes left. So I'm going to join them both into the stream, update them on the situation, and then they will have the last 10 minutes to iron out the final bugs.
And welcome to a lot of the other viewers that seemed to pop up while everyone was away. So a lot of pressure on Bandit and Rorrik.
All right, Bandit and Rorrik, you are live. We had our issues. The stream is back up. Apologies to you and to the viewers. We are going to reset the clock where it was when we paused at 11 minutes left. But before you start scripting, I thought we might as well take advantage of the pause to do a check-in with you, see how you're feeling about these last 10 minutes.
I'm debating whether to add Imperial Age in 11 minutes.
I would encourage you to make sure that your script runs and trains units. That's what I would be doing in the last 11 minutes if I were you.
Yep. That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, not the original plan, but I feel like I have an AI at the end of it, so it's good.
Yeah, I think you're both doing very well. Well, with that in mind, I will go ahead and reset the timer and mute you both. You have 11 minutes. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So apologies for that technical hiccup once again. We'll see how our coders use this last 10 minutes. If you were in their shoes, how would you be using this last little bit of time?
Who is that directed at? Is Grub or
All of you in general. What do you think you'd do?
As an inexperienced player, I think I would probably be using my last 10 minutes just to focus on, running the AI, seeing, what's limiting my build of militia units, and trying to focus on altering my code to support the my main strategy.
Interesting. What about you, Elephant?
Yeah, at this point, I would hope that I would have my Imperial, I'd have my castle and feudal strategy all, and be looking at the bugs at this point. Like, what do I see that could potentially just be an issue, and maybe last minute changes, just running through a game or two and just seeing, is there any last minute improvements that I really
Bandit is looking at his tech tree. We have 9 minutes and 45 seconds left, and he's looking at his tech tree.
Yeah.
What about you, Via?
I have like negative 50 experience with scripting anything, codes, whatever. So.
You'd be
hypothetically,
crying?
I would just be like coming through.
Well, they're not on mic right now, so our scripters may be crying, and we'd never know.
Yeah.
The absolute terror and exhaustion in their voices makes me want to try this out.
Crying is always another option. Where did all the time go?
To think we just 3 hours ago there were 3 hours left, and now there's 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
It doesn't really feel like it's been pretty eventful.
Oh, absolutely, a lot to talk about.
These 3 hours. So.
And thank you for everyone who has joined us. For a first event of its kind, you never want to set your expectations too high, but I'm pretty happy with our viewer numbers so far, again, for a first ever event of this type, and hopefully we can continue to grow from here. With these last 8 minutes, if you have any feedback you want to put in chat or encouragement, I'm sure we'd love to hear it, and we'd love to share it with our intrepid scripters.
Yeah, shout out to the lurkers. I'd just like to throw something on.
And shout out to the Age 2 AI scripting community for making this possible. And to Mr. Elephant, the intrepid archivist.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, and I really think that we just need to have a round of appreciation for our two contestants, because this has just been absolutely incredible to watch. I think they've both done an excellent job with the time they've had.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to try this out. I've done time scripting once with 30 minutes, and about all I achieved was a failed scout rush. So it's amazing to see what they've managed to accomplish here.
Was it 30 minutes or 15 minutes?
Maybe it was 15.
Hard
to recall.
Yeah. That's what...
The Bard of Nerds says good luck to both scripters.
Much appreciated, Bard. Sing us into the final round.
We're glad that the Bard of Nerds is here. I don't know if he is on the AI scripting community. I only see him during the Twitch streams, so I don't know if he actually is on the AI scripters Discord. Hopefully he is. So it's good to see him every single stream.
And I'm glad we're going to be able to reenact the famous and world historical battle between the Poles and the Vietnamese in the medieval era. It's great to get some history on the stream. Let's jump over to Rorrik's point of view, see how he's, now that we have 5 minutes left. Still, as ever, modifying his script and watching the game at the same time.
Getting in those last minute changes.
Just hope he doesn't misplace a parenthesis.
Well, that one last line that he made kind of made me nervous. Can train monk. Hopefully he kind of evens that out.
Unit type, count total, monk. He doesn't have a greater than or less than statement, does he?
Yeah, that kind of made me nervous. He has to finish that up. Where is he going? Uh-oh. I want to say something to him. Watch out for the monk.
I like this. You know what? He rush monks.
Well, I think that we'll have to encourage them in the last 5 minutes to just make sure the script is running. But perhaps we can also, as we move into later iterations of this format, we can set some rules like when a rule is failing and causing the script to crash, we just delete it from the script so that it can
But
run.
is that really considered a it's just, something that, forgot this. I guess. I don't know. But because if it still runs, it runs. But, there's a difference between, a an error thrown by the engine, error thrown, and just like a script, it runs, but you just made an error. So there is kind of like a difference there. So
Yeah, it's something to discuss. I think that the only fair way to do it is to break out the rules, because otherwise you're basically giving them extra time. So we'll jump in with 4 minutes left and give them a final warning to just please make sure that their script runs, and hopefully we can get into the final after a short break.
yeah.
All right, Rorrik, you're live. Just saying you have 4 minutes left. I would
4
encourage you
minutes
to
left.
please
No!
make sure that the script runs at all. If you can manage that, we're going to be in a great position for the final.
I don't want it to run at all. It's on you.
Well, good luck with your remaining 3 minutes and 50 seconds. All right, Bandit, you have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Wow.
I would encourage you to make sure that your script runs in its current form. And other than that, we will see you in 3 minutes for an exciting final.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Of course. So as we're all on the edge of our seats, seeing if Rorrik notices his failures.
Yeah, that when I saw that line, I was like, oh wait, did he catch it?
No, he's just working on Monastery. It should fail. It should fail when he tries to run it, right? He's
yes.
misspelling Monastery so far.
Oh.
All right, at least he's doing the debugging. He has 3 minutes to get that working.
Yeah.
Yeah, this late game panic is really not doing him any service.
University.
Oh, yeah. He's probably smacking himself in the head right now, like,
Yeah, he's thinking of all of the things he wanted to do but didn't get a chance, and instead of just giving up, he's trying to cram them into the script, which I think is a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now he's doing the right things. He's debugging.
Yeah, he is debugging. But he has to be calm about it. Go, take it one step at a time. Oh yeah, there it is. I think that's it, right?
Line 460.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that's the monk. Yep.
So this should run.
Then now he's like, oh wait, oh. Okay.
It should
okay,
run.
very good.
There you go.
Yay.
All right, with 2 minutes left, both scripts appear to be functioning.
Yeah.
This is so exciting. I can't wait to see them face off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been a big build-up. And we're hoping to make a edited down version of this as well. So any of your friends you think might be interested but couldn't make the admittedly not ideal time zone, hopefully you will share the VOD and the link to that video around once it comes out.
Are we gonna do the full VOD or are we gonna cut?
Probably both. The full VOD will be available, and then I don't know. I'm not great at video editing, but I'm going to do my darndest to cut this down into something like an episode of Junkyard Wars, if you ever watched that show, where we just take clips and important moments.
It kind of reminds me of the Great British Bake Off. You
Yeah.
know, they made, and I was just watching that last night. But anyways,
Let me give them their 60-second warning. 60 seconds.
So yeah, they had 3 hours to make them make a cake, and now it's time to see how
it turned out.
Yeah, how it turned out. Is the cake tasty? What does the cake look like? Did they actually accidentally drop the cake on the floor?
And we're pretty much right on time, despite our technical issues. 30 seconds left. And Rorrik is editing code.
No, stop editing code. Okay. Okay, that should be the last. Game time, enable. Okay. Oh, he's disabling for lowering after 240.
It's missing the clothing parenthesis. Come on.
This is so stressful.
Oh, come on.
Just hit Control Z a whole bunch of times.
I don't see where.
Time's up. All right.
Ugh.
And time. And time. Rorrik, you
Okay.
had us dying there. Please go ahead and zip up and shoot over your AIs. Congratulations. Some positive feedback has come in from the chat as well. Very impressed by all you've managed to achieve in just 3 hours.
Can't find my AI to send it over. I deleted it by accident.
No.
That would be a tragedy.
Truly would be.
Control Z. Control Z. Undo.
Just log off and cry, I think, at that point.
Really curious what's gonna happen here. Right at the end, I changed my boar lure. Oh.
Yeah, we were watching. Literally right at the end.
Yeah, we were watching.
Is that an untested ball law?
I changed it back to what it was before, so it should be okay.
After it was not running at all.
Well, it was running. It just was doing the deer first because I set it to boar and deer. So now it does deer first, and then it should.
That ball is horrible. It's
So far away.
Yeah, it's a long range boar on this one. This map is going to be interesting. I wasted so much time, Bandit, trying to wolf rush you.
Oh, I wasted so much time trying to scout rush you.
And we're at our viewer peak, just going into the finals. Let me update the information. So, what do you think you're going to see from the other player? Now that it's all said and done. Rorrik, you first. What are you expecting to come in? What civ and what strategy?
I'm expecting Vietnamese with lots of archers and skirmishers, but maybe now I should be expecting some sort of scout thing. I don't know.
And what about you, Bandit? What do you think you're going to get from Rorrik
I think he went Mongols.
in the end? You think the
Yeah.
polls was a trick?
I think I'm expecting cavalry and maybe. Yeah, I think actually just cavalry and Mangudai.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Cavalry's true.
You'll find out soon enough. I'm just trying to change the stream info to name it to finals. Finals now. Done. Great. Well, let's get these AIs loaded up. Do we have any final questions for the scripters? If you don't mind unsharing your screens as well.
Oh yeah.
I have a final question. What was the most difficult part of your scripts? Which I'm fairly certain now that you're done scripting, you don't have to really hide your strategies.
TC avoidance, which I think didn't end up being done right in the end.
Yeah, we were screaming about that.
Oh, and the finding the enemy position, that still seems confused.
I don't know that it understands this map very well. What about you, Bandit?
I think the ball law at the start is still not right. It's something that I've clearly done before, but I must have done so much trial and error before that it completely left me how to do it, and the game kind of works against you. It wants to do other stuff. I think it wants to hunt deer, it's so much easier as a human to just pick it up.
Right. And what, on the flip side, do you think is the strongest part of your script?
The towers in the middle. They even keep the DEAI at bay for a while.
Interesting.
I think for me probably the defensive tower.
He's got a defensive tower.
Just
Bane of
keeping
my
it
existence.
just in range. Yeah.
So let's see some stats about your scripts. Bandit script named Bolt is 1,038 lines, whereas Rorrik's script named Juniper comes in at 644 lines.
Oh.
So a significant difference there. We'll see how it plays out. And we were saying on the stream that we think a big difference between you two as scripters in general is how much time Bandit puts into DUC. And there was an open debate among us commentators whether that significant effort is going to end up paying off in the end.
Oh, I thought you were going to do less than I did. I guess I only did the TC avoidance.
And I realize now I put the civs in the window where the score count is supposed to be. So let me do some on-the-fly scripter admin editing and put that over. And if you can see on stream, our matchup will be Poles versus Vietnamese for the 1v1. Is that correct? Any last-minute changes?
Matty, all we see is the emblem right now on the Twitch. Are you sharing a different view?
It should be the emblem, yeah, the emblem and the score number, right? I haven't launched the game yet.
Yeah, that's what I see.
You can see the score bar? Great. And I have to add in the numbers. I thought I did all of my pre-checking, but you'll have to forgive me.
No.
No.
Via will not forgive me.
Not for this.
Text is 0. And copy, but don't duplicate.
I'm pretty excited. I'm still running one against the DEAI, and Juniper is holding the middle still at 40 minutes.
There you go.
Rorrik, here's a question. Did you just do town center avoidance, or did you get a watchtower and castle?
I didn't do
avoidance?
tower, only TC. I was hoping not to let you get those up.
Are you nervous if you run into some of those other, I guess, buildings about what your army's going to do?
They will die. No, it's mostly knights, so they should be able to take down a tower. A castle would be bad.
Mhm.
All right, as I get the game set up, any last anxieties or quests for color?
Oh, I wish I'd made rams instead of mangonels if he's really building towers and castles.
I wish I'd just. Looking back, I wish I'd just gone fast castle. It would have been so much easier.
It really would have been.
From a spectator perspective, I thought it was very entertaining to see you both try to anticipate what the other was doing and just being wrong most of the time.
Oh,
Absolutely. All right, well, I'm going to put the game on. And may the best script win. Good luck.
Good luck.
And I'll share on Discord as well so you can see more live than everybody else.
Yeah, because I'm stuck being a couple seconds behind.
Here we go. So we'll move this up to 4 times speed.
Thank you.
On with our initial build orders here. So something that you may be unhappy to learn, Rorrik, is Bandit has very successful not only boar but deer luring implemented on his AI.
Oh my
So you'll
goodness.
watch him push the deer into the TC. He spent the first hour and a half doing that, and we didn't know if he would train any military. But
Oh,
somehow he
I'm
managed.
afraid. I'm afraid of that lumber camp. That lumber camp went up a bit early.
Did. Wow. No.
Well, there are 2 1v1s. You'll have a chance for redemption. Now, did either of you at all test your second civs?
Not no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Now I didn't see this, but I didn't think you guys created any trade cards. You didn't create any, markets request food or anything like that. You guys just did basically support for the single
Civ.
first civ. Hmm.
I think if it gets to the point where we need trade, I've already lost. So, yeah.
I think you're both in the same boat there. So, final prediction,
If I
Mark, do you
ever
think we will
trade,
see
I've
any
lost.
Vietnamese battle elephants?
Oh, I really hope not. I didn't do anything to try to stop him.
Perhaps you shouldn't have changed your plan, Bandit. So we can see
Look at
that
that.
Juniper here has found Bolt and is dancing about it.
I'm a little bit afraid for Bolt right now because he's going to have to build that second lumber camp because he's have a larger wood drop distance. He's going to waste time gathering that wood, and I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, that's just an unfortunate start. But it looks like the TC avoidance works, just not at the right range. I did something wrong.
Yeah, having a little party here. It's in the TC range and doesn't know what to do about it.
I wish I'd put in
When-
proactive TC
when-
shooting.
When does Bolt start to produce farms? Is my question.
In Feudalage.
Interesting.
Okay, so because I'm afraid that he won't have
Juniper-
enough.
Juniper stole his sheep.
And it looks like I didn't see the deer go in, but it looks like they went in. They were taken. In one of our test games, Juniper walked across the map and stole the deer from the HDAI.
Let's do that.
So
I don't
perhaps
know
we'll
the
watch.
range of the deer hunt at all.
And basically the same feudal age time, which is fascinating to see. You can see a little men-at-arms rush getting ready here.
Is there going to be a second lumber camp for Bolt? That is the
Let's
question.
take a look at the middle. What's going on down in the middle?
Oh yeah, we have our first tower down, and Juniper is going to attempt to steal that boar. That's already been taken.
So dumb.
Oh no, right under the town center.
While the scout out might cross the tower there.
Sharing is caring. So 2 towers have now gone down in the middle by Rorrik with Juniper. And it doesn't look like that men-at-arms push
Yeah.
happened.
So there's an error in the code I just realized where he doesn't get man-at-arms unless he has 3 militia. And if he starts training the militia too late, he doesn't get that third. He doesn't attack unless he gets 3 militia either. So he's just going to stand there until he gets some archers.
Juniper
Uh-oh.
attempting a 3rd tower, this one much more aggressive than the first few, as we see some walking across the map here by
What's going
Bolt
on?
to take these berries.
A lot of aggressive villagers so far.
Yeah, some villager pushes. So here are the archers that came in. Very effective defensive towers to ward those off. And this poor final militiaman will meet his end as well.
Well, at least the towers are working, Bandit.
And we do get 1 tower down on the gold here, so there is at least a little bit of control for Bolt here in the middle. Neither player seems to be going towards Castle Age just yet. I'll be interested to see which one reaches there first. So how did you go about deciding on eco upgrades? It seems like you both went pretty heavy in that direction. Was that a hard choice?
I get them all. That is how I decide.
I got the first eco upgrades for wood, gold, and stone, and the farm ones are based on how many farms I have, so we'll count those.
Interesting. You're still being haunted here by this extremely long-range lumber camp, but you did get a second one set up, so
It's-
and that'll
is
be
Lloyd's
pretty
tower
unrateable.
shooting my tower down. Did that happen? I know it's not. So.
No.
I thought I saw it on fire.
But this villager is moving forward. Let's see what's and putting down a gold camp in the only area that is not currently being controlled fully. Let's see if the villagers go to this gold here, they should be safe. But no, of course not.
Games God's inside the chat. Hi, Games
Oh,
God.
welcome, Games God.
Hi.
Happy to have you.
Hope that you're doing well over there.
Maybe one day we can get you onto a script off. Can you recommend the experience, Bandit Rorrik?
Oh yeah, it was a blast.
And we have Forging and Castle Age coming in here for Bolt. Looks like Juniper, for Juniper. Cannot tell if Bolt is on the way up as well. Reaching 25 minutes, we would expect to be hitting Castle Age any moment now.
Can you do Control Shift F2 to see?
I should be able to, yes. Yep. And just now. Hitting.
Okay.
And look at all of those stone villagers.
Hard at work.
And I think
like
this may be
we're
the
over it.
story of the series. This coverage of the towers is pretty brutal.
It is. That was the plan.
Some villagers are still managing to get stone in, which may make a difference here. And it's interesting. I don't know what triggered their Bandit, but it looks like a bunch of your villagers migrated off of this stone, realizing it was in danger, and went over to the TC. Was that just a happy
That is
coincidence?
That's the advantage, I think, of the of not relying on the EC villagers.
Interesting.
Because you have to do all those checks manually, but the built-in stuff is pretty decent at that.
And we see the first knights coming out now
Do
from
we
both
see
sides.
a castle coming down for Bolt? Because I think that he had a large
It will certainly try to
decrease.
build a castle.
in the amount of stone, but I don't see the castle foundation. Did it get blasted?
I'm not sure, but I thought I saw like a 500 or at least a 300 decrease in stone.
Might be building
thought-
TCs.
Oh, here's the castle.
I don't know.
So
Where
it
is it?
doesn't win any gold
Oh
control.
no! Oh, the poor castle.
It's way in the back.
But it exists. Let's look.
But you used did you use upbuild placement?
Place point. So it's probably the towers that put it off.
So Juniper is in a pretty commanding position for this round.
Yeah.
I think
This
that there's too many villager losses have come in from Bolt. Not.
What
This
was
is over.
What is Bolt's military plan, Bandit?
Knights going to units.
I think that lumber camp was just variance, unlucky. It's placement.
Yes.
We'll see if that repeats in the. Assuming we get to a final round in the final round.
I think that was a very and that kind of upset his entire balance. I don't know
Exactly.
what others think about.
Can you check if Juniper has gotten vodka and arrow on those towers? You can just click the tower and see the range on it. Okay. Yeah, so it's starting to range a lot more of the middle.
And there's a aggressive, beautiful Polish castle.
It's supposed to be in the center, but that's the better position.
Great job by Juniper though.
Yeah.
Um,
Congratulations. I think we can, if both scripters are okay with it, I think we can call this first round.
Absolutely.
Congratulations to Rorrik on taking the first round.
All right.
Did you test 2v2 at all?
No.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going to happen here on either side.
I did write my TC avoidance code to handle 2v2, hopefully. But
Yeah, I think this
It
will be
doesn't
very
work.
interesting because I think that the flaws in both scripts will become very obvious.
In the 2v2. Yeah.
And
Alright.
also
Curious
on,
what-
on a bigger map, how will that work with tower
Yeah.
placement?
And we'll put
I'm
Bolt
curious
in blue
what
this
they're gonna
time,
do
Juniper in red.
if they're both putting towers everywhere. Oof.
Is there not any? I thought there was teal. Is teal not in the game? Oh well. Oh, it's 5. That's why. All right. And we're doing Vietnamese and Malians.
Malians.
Did you have any unique units? Are you going to be making?
I did put the order in for unique units.
Excellent.
So
We're gonna get Jabenos. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was counting on it.
What was it? Just generic unique unit line?
It wasn't
Specific.
yeah.
Okay, it wasn't the specific unit then, of like Raton Archer or the other. It was just unique unit line.
All right.
Unit line, and,
Let's go ahead
I was
and-
more specific on the text.
Oh no, I reset it.
Oops.
I didn't set start game, I hit reset. Well, please enjoy the continued discussion. Bolt versus Juniper. Juniper.
All right, I guess just from both scripters, what do you think could really be the handicap for the 2v2 in your scripts?
I don't think it changes a lot, except that tower coverage might be so much that I can't get TCs in the middle.
Yeah,
I'm
hoping
interested.
that, I'm hoping that it can get to castle quick enough that it drops a castle amongst.
Oh, are we playing on hard?
Yes, is that
Oh, it should always be on extreme when you're doing.
Yeah, it should always be
Interesting,
on
okay.
extreme. On extreme.
I didn't
but,
think it impacted scripts unless you coded that into.
It does. It
Okay.
reduces their gather rates on everything.
Interesting. All right, well, we'll put it in extreme. Poles and Mongols.
No, don't.
Yeah,
go
you
with
have-
it.
You have to change up.
It looked like you were gonna go for a set for the third time.
Hey, second time.
Change the map size.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Thank you.
map size and location.
Oh great, because it totally reset. This is
Yeah.
pro streaming. You have to, forgive us a little bit.
Well,
I
It
think
was
we
Gold Pit.
gold pit. Yes. Yeah.
We're not
Thanks.
prepared
Thank
for
you,
the
everyone.
rules.
I had it already, and then I hit reset. There you go. Excellent. Well, good
And
luck.
we might as well go game speed fast, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it was on fast previously, but then it reset. Game speed.
And if you could put like a plus 20% handicap on Bolt, that'd be great.
Nice to sneak that in there. All
I
right.
don't like the name Bolt because it sounds like both, and so
Mm.
it sounded like you were suggesting something fair.
So you can see the Vietnamese advantage here. They can see through the fog of war.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping to capitalize on with the initial rush, but the Boar Lord has took too long.
Well, we'll see
We'll
how
see if the lumber camp thing happens again. Or...
Surely one
there
of
a-
them will have good lumber.
Is there a
camp.
bug where there's no wood lines on this map?
I don't think that he's done Marco
There we go.
Polo.
Oh, okay.
It's interesting because it was showing me the map without the resources. I've not encountered that before in Spectator. But regardless, we're in the game now. It's early Dark Age.
I
Yeah,
guess
it
that's
was
what
like-
happens when you do polo first.
I was like,
Apparently
looking
so.
at this map earlier.
I didn't put either entity in. I was confused too. Well, this looks already like a more promising lumber camp here. And we can capture, look at this deer being pushed in. Very impressive.
Yeah, Silver Tongue still doesn't push deer.
I don't think Alpha will ever push deer. And same thing on the other side. Let's see what's happening over here with the Junipers. What do we expect to see from the Mongol Juniper?
Exactly the same thing. Man, I set it to go back to deer after 4 minutes, and I guess I was wrong about how long it would take to get through the boars. Should have set it to 8 or something.
Wow, you were pretty panicked those last 30 minutes.
30 seconds.
How many times did you have to rewrite the word monastery?
3.
University too, poor guy.
Yeah. No, I don't know what was wrong with university. Maybe just one of them was spelled wrong.
One of them was spelled wrong, and then you fixed the other 3. And you were like, you have 40 seconds left, man.
I needed monks to get the relics.
Yeah, I was afraid that you left off the amount of monks and you just said can train monk. And then I was like, oh my. And then I was like, he's going to go for just like a monk rush.
took you a while to figure that out.
Well, it wouldn't run because I half-typed the limit and didn't get it all the way in.
Yeah, I don't think the towers are going to be quite as effective on the 2v2 size map here. You can see the resources are much more spread out.
Right, and especially with the placement of, you know, the teammates being on the opposite sides of the map. Not a lot of opportunity to defend.
Seeing the
Juniper
barracks
didn't
go up
find
here,
any-
maybe that 6
any-
minute arms push might do some damage if they both go for the same person.
The red Juniper did not find any of its sheep.
Oh no. And it shows it's pretty far behind on the way to feudal age. The rest are all there. We may have a third round yet. And both bolts got good lumber camps this round, fortunately.
What's
Fascinated
all
to
that
see the
red
Malian
moving
play.
across the middle of the map there?
Oh yeah. Are they going
There's
for
a lot of red in the middle.
going for blue's ball?
Oh, it's just building towers.
Just towers.
How did you build the tower? Was it place points or did you use up the line?
Yeah, I just place point center, and then it builds them wherever it wants. I had a plan to I have a separate variable for towers that gets initialized to the center, and I was gonna, you know, start closer to me and move closer to the enemy, kind of a thing. Didn't end up getting rid of that. Looks like there's some teal action in the middle too right now.
Oh yeah, finally have some
Yeah, teal's gonna
access to gold and stone. There's a little tower war happening. Fascinating that you both went for this. I suppose it's obvious on this map, but
towers are so good with AIs. Like, I wouldn't ever do it as a human, but
Yeah, I prioritized the two on the base first. I think that may have been a mistake. I was so scared of a archer rush.
that's why we were asking. I didn't want to give anything away by asking, but that's why we were asking.
I did send an archer rush, so it wasn't the worst thing to be scared of.
And let's see how that's going. Are we? Yep, the archers are coming across from red now, and have they already gone for orange? Doesn't look like it. Oh, yep, just now going. See how that works out. You still definitely have more coverage, Juniper, Rorrik.
But with TC avoidance not really working, it's the archer rush is not that effective.
We will absolutely see some Malian. Are they shooting?
I had some problems that they were not shooting in my test.
Interesting, interesting.
And I don't know what on earth.
What causes that? Yeah.
Because I don't. At no point do I do a duck search for towers.
Yep. Well, this archer is being pretty effective and annoying here. But it looks like we'll get at least some Malian castles in the middle. So perhaps blue can focus on night production and skirmishers, assuming it doesn't lose all of the villagers going into the middle there. And the Malians are getting their castles down for some center coverage.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a closer game in the 2v2.
I think it all comes down to that lumber camp
Comes down to
placement.
the lumber camp.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
That's a
Juniper's
classic.
going up to castle. They are. If they're building stables, they're going up. I don't know why those towers aren't shooting though. That's a big deal. It's letting blue get a lot of gold and stone.
They're on strike. We have no choice but to support them in their proletarian struggle.
No
Yeah.
choice but to stand.
I'd say it's a duck leak, but I don't have any duck that finds towers, so
Interesting.
I don't know what it could be.
Well, no castles towards the middle yet from the Malian player.
Do you have any DEC that uses -1 at all?
No. I have a jump rule.
Perhaps that's it.
Yeah. It's something I'm doing, right? Because it's not like me to have a tower shoot. But I don't know what it could be. And it's not all the time either, right? This tower where you're shooting.
And here comes the Malian castle to protect that gold. Unfortunately, it's pretty well mined out, but it's something of center control there.
Still a lot of gold there.
And
I have to get it going.
What was your logic there with starting with the back castles, Bandit?
It's not meant to be going back castles.
Interesting. It
That's
always does.
actually that's a center point placement, but because the towers are in the way, it's at the default zoom out range, so it's probably going back like 20 tiles.
I see. Well, these light cav are starting to do a number here, and the immune response from the Vietnamese player coming in. I'll jump back over to Juniper, see how the eco's going. We have a few mangonels ready to push out, and the Mongols are getting their light cav ready for more raids.
Are we seeing TCs in the middle yet from Juniper?
One going down, and there's already an orange one.
Interesting.
And I believe that Bandit's AIs are building TCs back, or at least they did in an earlier version. Is that still in?
Yeah.
Great. So we should expect to see those soon, perhaps once the second castle comes out of blue. And we're getting some skirmishers in the middle. A nice push here coming in from red. Rest in peace, mangonels. Oh, a repair villager?
That's automatic behavior.
Really? Nice.
I don't know how to stop it.
That's one of the great things on DE, that is.
And these mangonels are going to be pretty scarily effective even against Vietnamese skirmishers.
Yeah, that was why I chose mangonels instead of rams, just because I thought I'd be against skirmishers.
We'll have to see some knights come out from blue here if we're going to get an answer. Blue is really taking the brunt here, but the Malian player is getting a lot of leeway here. Of course, if there's no response under the castle here. Oh, look, you did research boiling oil, did you?
Murder holes.
Yeah, murder hole, sorry.
Boiling oil was an old Persian upgrade. I can't remember what it does.
That's also the AoE 4 equivalent of murder holes.
I see.
Yeah, it researches murder holes as soon as it can.
We've got 8 Rattan archers. Do we have any Gabedo?
Probably. Oh, I don't know. We might do.
How does it attack, Bandit? How does it bolt
Attack
attack?
now.
Because it hasn't. It hasn't. Yeah, I use attack now as well, but I haven't seen it try to move units to the enemy base yet.
Light blue has not. Blue has. Eventually, blue is going to just erode one of these towers with one knight at a time, and that'll open up a lot of gold.
It'll open up Juniper to build another tower because he stops at 8.
Looks like we have some villagers inexplicably coming over from red.
Going down.
Yeah, there's the TC. Yep. Let's cycle through and see what the build counts are here. So 56 total pop for blue. We're looking at 94 for light blue, 114 for the red player, 126 for orange. So it looks like the Junipers are still in the lead here, but they're not doing much with their lead, giving an opportunity to catch up.
Did you build in Imperial Age in the end?
No. No.
That may have.
Which POV are we on right now? Oh.
This is blue.
Your food and wood are both really suffering. I wonder what Juniper's food and wood are like, because that might be why he's not sending armies.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. Needs to build more stables then.
And blue is coming down with the castle here. So doubling down there.
Did
Oh, this
Juniper
raid
build
is
the
brutal.
upgrades on the knights.
Yeah, Cavalier is set.
So maybe we'll get to Imp. Take it to a third game. I'm sure we're all hoping to see that. Oh, look at this brutal Mongols forward castle.
Ooh.
If Bolt makes trebuchets, then Bolt will win this.
Bolt does make trebuchets. Doesn't damage them.
And this tower here is still alive, very slowly being eroded. Still producing some Rattans. I'd love to see blue here just wait a moment, you know? Give itself a second.
We really need Juniper just really needs more stables, and it would make a huge difference here.
We noticed that in our test. And looks like there's no more murder holes on your towers. Oh,
It's
yep.
trap.
Here's the first trab. Imperial Age from light blue.
Did not get around to writing the word murder holes in my code.
Trebuchets win the day.
They will. That
And
is.
look how well they launched that 30-kilogram rock over 500 meters.
90 kill.
Oh, sorry. I'm outdated on my memes. But you can see this trap is doing barely any damage per hit because of this shooting from downhill. It's
And I
enough,
think
though.
The castle should have masonry, so that helps it.
And, you know, the smartest thing that blue has done is place a castle next to this castle. Basically giving you a foothold in the middle that you can launch those trebs from. And some monks doing their best. How many relics do we have? It looks like everybody picked up some relics. Yeah.
Yeah. The only reason I really added the monks was that the
No
DEI
relics
was
for
getting
red.
relic victories against me.
Relics for everybody else. Well, it's conquest only for this matchup.
Yeah.
but-
I know. It just hurt to see that relic victory.
And look at blue, finally moving out, getting some breathing room from light blue. Gonna start taking some center gold, maybe making an impact. Oh, but this trap will probably go down. Nope. Retargeted on those villagers. Did it go out in the end?
It's got another one.
And look at all this. Look at this middle. What a mess.
I really should have. I really should have just built more stables. That would have made a big difference.
Well, you live and you learn. In Script Off 4, you'll have a revenge matchup for the 2v2. These mangonels are just decimating villager lives. And we just saw our first Scabedo, I think, live and die. But these traps are slowly making progress. Another castle coming up, though, from red.
My wife was asking if there was going to be like a time limit where the AI with the higher score wins or something, because this could go on forever.
Yeah, so if you check the rules, I have an admin rule that at any point we can all three decide one player has won and in the game. Alternatively, if it goes over an hour, I can choose to allow the player with higher population to win, just to end a stalemate if the other two players, don't want to make a decision. But I would only do that if it is clear who the winner is. And this one, I think we know the direction the game is going, but it's always possible that orange or red gets lucky and builds up a big enough ball to end the game.
Yeah, they won't ever build up a big enough ball because they're always going to attack if they have, I think, like 10.
And it's doing damage to this castle.
Yeah.
We can put it up to 8 times speed if you're all okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay
Yeah.
with that.
I'm good
That'll
with
save
that.
us some time.
At the very least, I think we deserve the catharsis of seeing the tide turn here, actually, in the end. And let's see if blue ever manages to get to Imperial Age. So why didn't you try to go to Mangadai at all with the Mongols? I would assume that's the first choice.
Mangadai are only good with micro.
And you didn't want to do any duck.
No, there's no. I've never done any duck micro. The most duck micro I have is dodging town centers.
Eventually, light blue might lose too
Ooh, all
much
of these
gold access.
catapults could really do some damage.
Yeah, mangonels. Yeah.
They will be
Nightmare.
killed by the castle pretty easily. without
Once
any
they get into
damage.
range, but before then, they can slaughter some villagers.
Yeah.
And blue finally is getting a mining camp up here. See if blue ever gets to Imperial Age.
I really think the end game for Juniper at this point is that Teal runs out of gold and can't
Yeah.
have trebuchets anymore.
Exactly. And Teal's not doing a great job of preserving trebuchets.
And that seems like it's a long way off.
And we do have Cavalier in here from Teal.
Murder holes just would be really important at this point. Oh, except there's 2 castles right next to
Starting to do some pushing out from blue, which is exciting to see a little bit of raiding. I think that, obviously not anything that a real player would aim for there, but I think that was a good trade for blue. The amount of light blue, the amount of resources taken versus
Blue just had a castle denied. Had to delete it.
trying to place one in the middle there.
This is funny. I don't build any more mining camps after the first two, so they're the longest in the whole middle.
Yeah, the first game alpha my AI ever won was a was nearly, I didn't actually win it, in a I think 4v4 or a 3v3, and alpha had a big
This is
night push at the beginning of Castle
Crazy
Age.
push.
I know.
That light blue push is crazy.
It's just
Imperial
swinging back and
stamps.
forth here.
They happened.
But it's just a lot of units running under castles at this
Malian
point.
Imperial skirmishers. We just need an elite Gabedo. You're getting all the text. We just need some Trebs.
Do you pick up Farimba with the Malians?
Yes.
I don't even get lots of privileges with the pulls. It's the main reason I decided to build castles, and I didn't end up getting it.
Oh no.
I just don't remember how to get unique text.
It's interesting that
pain.
the civ that the AI was not designed for is the one that is absolutely dominating right now.
Yeah, I think it's just luck with where those first towers were placed, but it is interesting to see.
And that's a good observation, because in a script this fast, the AI, the actual civ it's playing isn't that important, because it's doing such basic things.
Right. If blue would just save up some resources, it could make it to Imperial at this point. But I think the gold is its big struggle. I did see you have some market rules, Bandit. You think those are coming into play yet?
Yeah. That's what's keeping the gold in when the food's going over a certain amount.
Well, and I also think it's interesting because you are losing a lot of units to, the castles. Like, the light blue units are dying a lot, but they're giving the villagers a lot of breathing room.
To bring in more gold, yeah. It's like an inefficient market trade in a way.
And they will eventually, one point at a time, wear those castles down with their little spears.
There's a lot more going on the sides than I thought there would be.
They're losing pop now, though. They run out of steam by the looks of it.
Well, they are a little more population efficient thanks to that Imperial Age, but yes, I imagine there'll be another build up here. I don't see any raids coming in, so it's just a matter of... Yeah, look at all that. 42 skirmishers, half your population is skirmishers.
And Juniper doesn't make the right siege to ever break Teal's
Well,
position.
I don't know that you're creating villagers often enough here, because you're putting all of your food into skirmishers, so that could break the back of Bolt.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's
It has to be a war of attrition for Juniper to pull
Oh,
this off.
good push by Orange. Just killed all of the teal villagers.
That's what Teal can't afford to lose right now. Blue might have to carry here if it can ever make to Imperial Age.
The Bolt team's average score was getting close to the Juniper team's average score, but Teal has really slowed down, and Orange and Red are starting to catch up.
Blue is successfully pushing here, which is a surprise to me. Again, I think that the best move would be to wait for Imperial Age, but short of that, at least we do get some relic gold to trickle in here. It's like 3 relics
Teal's
for this
next
team.
push. Teal's gonna hit hard right now.
1 HP at a time.
I was hoping
Look
that I
at
saw
that.
a bunch of movement on the mini map. I didn't realize it was gonna be all Imperial skirms. Here come the mangonels.
And here comes the pushback. The ebb and flow. I like to think of AI scripts as like compared to players, which is all obviously intentional movements. They're almost like biological responses. Like, this is the immune system. Not thinking about it, just sending units across the screen. We may run out of wood at this rate.
Juniper does build more lumber camps, fortunately. doesn't increase its town size to be able to build them further out than the box that you see them built in right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the civs start to deal with the lack of resources, because I think they're evenly matched enough that this match is going to reach a point where already the center is almost out of gold.
Go look
Yeah.
look at Juniper's resources, though. I think that Juniper is building the units so slowly that it may not run out of resources.
It's out of gold.
Yeah, it's having trouble bringing in enough gold, and so it just produces light cav instead.
So I think in the situation that the middle does run out of resources, and if orange doesn't break light blue before then, I think that this goes back in favor of light blue, because skirmisher is a better unit than anything that you can currently field. That
Skirmishers are
Juniper
better
can currently field.
than light cav.
Yeah,
Like
I think so.
weak scams, I think.
Because you have castles, you know.
Yeah, but light cav are better against castles than skirms do.
That's true.
This is why I was suggesting trade cards be made, because, I mean, since this game's lasted so long, it would have been extremely helpful to be extra.
It would be, yeah, and it's not hard to do. I added it to Silver Tongue like a month ago.
And you know, orange is very inefficiently trading here, throwing a lot of gold-heavy units at castles for no benefit. I just wish that light blue were making more trebuchets. Here comes another skirmisher blob.
This might be a stalemate in actuality.
I think
How many
eventually.
villagers does Light Blue have?
Basically none. Your entire population is skirmishers. You have 34 total pop.
Yeah, I think eventually the light cav will run the castles.
So,
Long road.
yeah, hard to say. I think that I'm interested in seeing all three games, and in case that blue doesn't get unlucky, or bold rather doesn't get unlucky with Lumbercamp next time. So let's try to give this a few more minutes and see if anything fundamentally changes, and then if everybody's okay with it, we can call this a tie broken in favor of Juniper, but tied until we get to the final round.
Yeah, I'm fine with letting this go as long as we need to, but I think we can play the third one regardless of how this one turns out.
Let's give it another minute in case something's changing here. Light blue is recovering some population, but not in the form of villagers, unfortunately. Which means that all of this wood is basically being protected by light blue's base, so that can be taken later. And blue also does not have a healthy village population.
Those home towers are doing their work though.
Absolutely, this game would have been over without them.
I don't think I upgraded the towers either, so they're just watchtowers.
Alright, I'm gonna save this game. We can run it if we have to until the end of time. But let's do script off one.
Well done, Rorrik.
How fascinating.
This is how
We win.
I made a tower rush AI trying to practice tower placement before this, and it beats Yggdrasil, but only by running out the resources on the map.
I've had so many Fen Crazy games that have gone like that.
That's right, we're back to the 1v1. I'm curious how the 1v1's going to go without the Lumbercamp bearer.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't repeat itself, but if it does, we'll just have to deal with it.
Everyone to be on opposite teams.
And let me update the score here.
Because I think Bolt is a stronger AI overall, but the towers in the middle make it really hard to get control. Especially since we're both using attack now, there's no way we're going to go around the middle, right? So it forces that fight in the middle. If we got a map generation where we didn't have to go through the middle to get to each other, I think Bolt would probably win that one.
I think the hope was a trebuchets would be enough, but again, it depends on the tower coverage. If you get enough gold, then
Do you know why it stopped making trebuchets? Because it had enough gold.
oh, we're on
It
the same team
points
there,
in.
Matt.
Oh, great. I want peace in our time.
For the last round, the Bard of Nerds said, "Well done, both. Good game."
Thank you. Much appreciated.
That was a slog.
And team 2. Everything else is correct. Let's go.
Yeah, it stopped making treasure because it ran out of wood. I think it was trying to
You're right.
replace farms too quickly.
And then it didn't have very many villagers at the end there, so I think it was basically gonna run out.
Alright, we have a good lumber camp placement here. Best so far for Bolt, I'd say. Nice and close to the town center, but also close to a wood line.
That's not bad.
Juniper taking in the boars. We had noticed that sometimes this TC is left idle for Bolt, so perhaps that has also contributed.
Yeah, I didn't do any force dropping or anything. And I forced it to not get loom when it's idle. Did Bolt get loom after feudal age?
I don't think it gets it at all.
That explains a lot too. Wow. That's an oversight. So loom, for Via and Grub's sake, in case you haven't researched it in your game, basically makes your villagers have a chance to live, and without it, they squish very easily.
Because there's an error in mine that I didn't get around to fixing. That if the food comes in really fast, it will sometimes go to feudal without loom, and then get it after that.
And yeah, Bolt gets those towers up first, so if Bolt were to push to the middle. Oh no, and these men-at-arms are actually going to find some damage. Oh, maybe not.
They're not, because they're on attack now, and attack now means walk past the enemy until you get to their town center.
And this guy's dancing.
Yeah, TC avoidance worked for him for a little while. I wonder what my bug is in the TC avoidance. They are willing to go inside sometimes.
They
So
just
Bolt
get so
made
happy
a
from
tower.
dancing.
Yeah.
We'll see. Bolt definitely has the resources for a tower. If it bothers to place one out there rather than in the base.
Just use this stone. I built another defensive one, weirdly enough. It backed it up.
3 defensive towers, it appears.
Yeah, that third one should have been in the middle.
I think what's happening is you can't build on that sand terrain on the slope. And so it tries to build it just on the edge of the middle and then has to push it all the way out.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, Red has yet to threaten these. And we're getting to Castle Age, and look how many villagers just moved onto stone. There's an outside chance that Bolt gets
Castle
enough
might go up.
resources for a castle here.
Gets an actual castle in the middle. The other nice thing about the poles is that they inherently get more gold from their stone mining. Right? And so
and
there's
gold.
more total gold on the map for poles.
My guess, it's hard to say for sure because you did just move a bunch of villagers off of stone. I think that Blue will be able to place a castle down in the middle
I
here.
think that castle's being built backwards.
There's one castle that was built back, but there should be another that gets built. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's a good spot. It's going to take out a few towers. Because Attack Now sent that light cavalry.
Oh, I just held my breath in as that scout went past.
Yeah, and that's a lot of control.
That castle's going to control a lot.
Some forward production too.
But until you get murder holes, these knights have a chance of killing that castle.
You'd hope the rat hands would pop out, but perhaps not. We're all holding our breath to see if this castle dies. We just need one attack now by Blue that happens to spook them off.
Are you
Or some.
garrisoning inside?
Oh,
No,
here we
it's
go.
just village.
It'll be fine.
I think the villagers are garrisoning.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, castle denied.
Deleted the castle. Didn't need to deny it, but it deleted it.
Well, yeah, they attacked enough that it decided to delete, but I call that denied.
Well, some smart scripting could have prevented that. We do look like we have some units out from Blue here that may be smart enough to distract the attackers.
Yeah, looks like the castle is going to survive after all.
And blue may get another opportunity here.
Load of holes just gone in, I think.
I think that this is looking good for Bolt. When things go right, things go right.
Can we get a general overview just really quickly of both main encampments?
Oh, absolutely. The eco here very cramped. A good amount of night production helping out the skirms. I think that's a decent composition, though we would have loved to see some elephants. And then over here from Juniper, lots of farms as you expect for a Pulse player. We'll just have to see how many of those squishy blue vills end up getting lost, because I think that's what could throw the game for blue still. These castles are great, but blue is by no means immune to light cav raids. What
They're
a
doing a good
great
job
game this
defending,
one is.
though.
Very fun game to watch. I think both AIs are bringing everything they can to the table on this one. No major bugs that I see. We'll see if blue ever gets to Imperial Age. See what the population is like for red here. A little bit higher, but they're pretty much on par. And I think blue is getting the more efficient trades with these castles. Granted, these Pulse Knights are cheaper.
Yeah, no, they're not, because I don't get that tech.
Oh, you don't research it?
No. But I'm not sure why attack now is triggering so often and just sending them right across the map. Oh, there is murder holes on those castles now, so they're never going to take them down.
It might not be attack now. It might be.
And we're going up to Imperial Age. Town size?
I forget. Not even town size. It has one which is like when the distance of units hits an enemy unit and it chases them.
I see.
Yeah, but they're running all the way over from the base. I don't think they're seeing enemy units and coming over here. I don't know. Some kind of bug.
And blue has gotten to Imperial Age. Will we see trebuchets? Just
I
now
hope
taking
so.
wheelbarrow.
Wood is so low that we may not.
If it reaches pop cap, it'll just start trading for it.
Getting to 150 for blue here, compared to 125 for red. So blue has taken the pop lead.
Expecting red to drop a castle at some point. Oh no, we're looking at blue's resources. Red did get a castle up the top.
And look at those 15 Cavalier.
Yep, no murder holes, so
15
that's just a
Cavalier,
doomed
Elite
castle.
Skirmisher, no Imperial Skirmisher yet. And we'll be watching the queue up here. More Cavalier, but no Trebuchets. More Villagers. This really is Bolt performing at its best.
Yeah, I think Bolt's gonna take this one.
The earlier games didn't go as well for you, Bandit, but this game should be an affirmation that you did in fact write a very strong AI. You just got some unlucky rolls.
I'll take that. It's, at least he's playing up.
Oh,
a
let's
fight,
watch
so I'm
this blue
expecting
push
this
go over.
Yeah, blue's going into red's base. Oh, there's
Right
two
under
castles.
those castles, though.
one.
We need Trebs to decisively end the game. But maybe we will get to pop cap and buy some. I was expecting conscription. Did either of you end up getting it?
I think
I
so.
don't go to Imperial, so I don't get that.
I would think conscription for Imperial Skirm would be very powerful. And
Yeah,
blue is not the one
conscription-
taking advantage of these raids in the middle.
Conscription makes sense when you have a lot of production buildings. I only have 2.
Well, you have a barracks and an archery range, and a monastery.
Yeah,
And the castles are all technically production buildings.
yeah, but I only make knights and like.
Well, I'll increase this to 8 times again if we're all okay with it.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
See how this shakes out.
Ooh.
I was actually about to say that I'm okay with calling it for Bandit or for Bolt because I think that this is inevitable eventually. It'll be faster with Trebs, but
I'd like to see blue clear red out from the middle completely first before we call it.
Which I think we might be seeing right now.
Right. And some damage to these castles. But
No, it's researchers ballistics.
After all the nights that have run by those castles, now it gets ballistic.
Trebs. There we go. Or a
There we
treb.
go. That'll
Treb.
end it.
Well, now we are in a difficult position because we have run a 1v1 and a 2v2 that wasn't run to completion, and another 1v1 with opposite results.
I do think that Juniper was winning was going to win the 2v2 because Juniper was just out of villagers, which meant it was getting into a hole that it was not going to get out of.
I think so. That's likely as well.
But we can go back and run it longer, but that's just the feel that I had of the game.
But I leave it to Bandit.
Yeah, I think it was Bot was slowly losing that one. So if you were to play that one offline, I'm sure you'll find Juniper takes it.
Unless Dark Blue can somehow pull something out. But I think that calls it. Then, in that case, we can call the victor of the first ever script off, Rorrik. Congratulations, Rorrik.
Whoa.
Any
Good
words
job,
for your
that was
adoring fans?
Adoring fans. Are you
I
out there,
believed in
adoring
you from the
fans?
start. We took
When
sides.
We did
we were
take
half
sides.
an hour in, and I saw that I still didn't have feudal age. I went, uh-oh. I don't know what I'm gonna get done here.
Wow.
Oh boy.
But seriously, both of those scripts were like majorly impressive. Kudos to you both.
Absolutely. And the amount of time given, well done.
I think Bandit's script is probably stronger in pretty much every way, except for the early tower aggression in the middle, eating up space. Good games, Bandit.
Thank you. Good games.
Good games. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. Please let me know if you have any feedback. We'd love to hear it. And if you enjoyed this event, please let us know so we can start planning for Script Off 2.
Oh, and then can you send that saved game? I am curious to see how it actually ends.
Yeah, happy to do so. Thank you everyone for joining
Nerd
us.
Says please call Bandit a nerd.
Bandit, you're a nerd.
Nerd.
And just one final reminder, you can find our brilliant co-commentators via Redo and Grubadub Flub in the links that they are sharing. They are also Twitch streamers and they occasionally play more Age. So if you want more content, please give them a follow. Thank you everybody for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.